Goodness, sorry about that. I hope that didn't ping people a ton. Hello, it's Shay, as usual. Uh, and I am, simple as this, gonna be streaming a boatload of FireRed resets to try and get shiny Charmander. Um, I streamed this a little bit, a bit ago. I only did it for about an hour, and then I played some Luigi Galaxy for about an hour. But I've been doing this pretty consistently offline. Uh, by my measure, I thought I had done about 1,000 resets. And each reset for this is about 30 seconds. I've got, I think it's Insignia. No, it's Next, but it's like a Best Buy brand. I have a controller that I can, from Best Buy, that I can set the buttons to automatically, I can set them turbo, is essentially what it does. And I've gotten, resets are about 28 seconds. I think I measured it very casually yesterday to try to get some info in my post that I was going to make about this. Resets are about 20, like a little under 30 seconds. And I double checked and I have 45 hours measured in FireRed on my Switch 2, which I calculated out. I mean, if I had been doing 30-second resets just front to back in that amount of time, that was something like 5,600 resets. But given I needed to get to that point in the game, and I needed to, what do you call it? Not every reset is going to be that fast and whatnot. I'm guessing that it's closer to 5,000, but that even that seems like a lot. I'm not. But like I thought back, and I'm like, I haven't done anything else in FireRed. I've mentioned this a few times. I've been doing a run with a buddy, a buddy of mine in Leaf Green, Nuzlocke, Soul Link, and that's been pretty fun. But I haven't done anything other than just sit in the lab and do resets. So it might be like 4,500 to 5,000 resets so far, but not counting those, and I'm starting from 0 today. I got myself a little tally counter, kind of lo-fi stream today, but we're experimenting with a super long one. So let's not faff about and let's just get going. Now, since it's going to be such a long stream and people don't pop in super often to my streams right now, I might not be yapping so much. I'm gonna try to conserve my energy. I've eaten. I got myself a little mug of water. Got my sippy. And I mean, without yapping any much more, let's just get into it. We're gonna be holding A for a lot of the time. And then once the Charmander screen goes away, I'm going to be holding B until Gary's text is done. And then we're going to check the Charmander. Could you imagine? And if that border is not teal blue, and if there is not a little star, and if this Charmander is not yellow, we are pressing all 4 face buttons and resetting. So that is number 1. And that's it. That's all we're going to be doing for the next 7-ish hours, really. So I kind of wanted to talk about why I wanted to stream this so distinctly. Oops. See, I did the thing. Gotta hold B once that goes away, or else I start naming my Charmander. Um, one of the big reasons that I've been not, I wouldn't say inspired, but motivated to stream this is because while playing offline, I've been watching a heck of a lot of Absol Blog's Pokemon, who big shout outs to that channel, by the way. I love his content. It's it's not even like that special, like not even that unique, but it's I don't know, it's very enjoyable to watch. I'm not even a big blog person, but it's nice seeing what he gets up to. Like, he makes movies of his playthroughs of games, of Pokemon games as they come out. um, and those have been kind of my like ride along watches for while I've been doing this shiny hunt, because this is my first full odds hunt. I did try to hunt Rayquaza in my physical copy of Pokemon Emerald, but because of how the RNG works in that game, it was just such a pain in the ass that I just didn't bother at all. After a point, I think I must have gotten about like 1,000, maybe 1,500 resets if I'm being generous. And then I just decided to use Eon Timer and just find the magic shiny frame, because I am better at hitting multiple frame perfect inputs than I am being patient. And I succeeded at that, and it's really nice to have a shiny Rayquaza on my childhood copy of Emerald. It's not my childhood save, since I've long since overwritten that, and I do have a thing. Oops. I do have a thing that lets me, what do you call it? Back up Game Boy Advance saves, or even regular Game Boy saves. But sadly, it doesn't do. It's a GB operator. It is not the epilogue that most people who are familiar with that tech probably know of. It's a GB operator, and that thing was awesome. It's not supported by the company anymore. Like, I don't think they're making any updates to the software, so I am eventually going to get an epilogue, but I'm not... The problem with the GB operator is it doesn't back up games that save via flash ROM, I believe. And sadly, Pokemon games are the games that do that. I think I can back up like the OGs, because those are like battery saves. But any of the Game Boy Advance Pokemon games, I don't believe I can back up their saves, because they save via a chip rather than via like a battery backup. But so I wasn't on my original Emerald save, but I did that, and that was pretty satisfying. It was fun to get experience using Eon Timer, but sadly, I could not hunt. I did not feel like it's very it's very demoralizing to hunt in Emerald because of the way the RNG works, because since it's set for... It's not random. It's not actually random. It's set as if the clock battery is dry. You will always get the same shiny frame no matter when, like, you... So what I'm doing here is I'm resetting the game, and the game is like rolling a random shiny frame via RNG when I think it's when I pick up the Pokeball. I could be wrong, but in Emerald, it will set you a frame, and whenever you reset Emerald, it will roll that exact frame no matter what. Like, you're not going to get a random frame. And that could be like 15, 20 minutes into booting the game up. And it's pretty demoralizing hunting in that game, knowing that your shiny frame could be like 20-25 minutes into a reset. So not only is there a chance of missing the frame, there's a chance that the frame won't even be within the time that you reset your game. And typically what I've seen is like it could be anywhere between like 5 and 20 plus-ish minutes. Could be even longer than that, but I don't think that's the case. But like, it's just so demoralizing. Like, I wasn't interested in doing that when it's already a 1 in 8,192 odds of getting a shiny frame anyway. So like, I just decided to mess with Eon Timer, and that eventually worked, which was really cool, but it wasn't really the pre-Gen 6 shiny odds experience that I wanted. So I've made the horrible mistake of starting to, of doing this hunt. I think even in Ruby and Sapphire, the RNG is fixed, because the way the RNG is behaving in Emerald, like I said, is as if the clock battery in the game is dry. But I think even in Ruby and Sapphire, and certainly in this game, the RNG rolls work just fine. So this truly is, you reset the game, get your Charmander, and you have just as high odds of getting a shiny if you, like, immediately pick up the Pokeball like I am doing for resets, as you would if I waited potentially 5 to 20 minutes. And that is a lot less demoralizing. So, yeah, that's basically it. And, like I said, doing it offline, Absol Blogs' videos would be kind of my, like, watch-through. And it was really nice. It's been really nice watching his more recent videos, because they're, like, really well put together for, like, blog videos, and he does lots of really cool things, like hang out with his friends and go to Pokemon events, and even just, like, if he's just like going on a bike ride on a day or something. And like I said, it's not super unique, but he brings a lot of, like, fun energy to the table, and it's really entertaining to see how he incorporates his, like, the run in question in with his blogs and what he does and whatnot. And he is actually doing a shiny FireRed badge quest, and I believe he's up to badge 5. He may have deleted one, or delisted one of the videos, because I swear he was, but as of the stream, he's only got up to the Snorlax video on his channel. Maybe he needed to, like, re-edit something, or maybe I'm just gaslighting myself, but yeah, those videos would be my, like, ride through, and seeing him have fun and document these things kind of inspired me to do the same. Like, I'm not, my channel is still small right now, and I'm not gonna, pretend that a ton of people are gonna watch this, but I don't know. I feel like in a few years, this will be fun to look back on, and hopefully today, I will be getting my shiny Charmander. Odds are I will not. I don't know how successful I will be in doing this today. I usually do this in maybe like 1 to 2 hour chunks on my own. And I guess that was enough to add up to 45 hours in this game. But we're going to be doing in a big old 7-hour chunk today. So going to be a lot of this. And if we do get the shiny soon, or soon enough before the end of stream, at least like an hour or two before the end, I'll probably be streaming something else. I may play the Pragmata demo because yesterday I finally finished re-downloading all of my games and junk onto my Switch 2 because I finally got a 1 terabyte micro SD express card for my Switch 2, which has let me bring over a lot of the heavy hitters and favorites that I had downloaded on my OLED. And because I had a little extra space left over, I decided to download some Switch 2 game demos. Because I haven't really been paying too much attention to Switch 2 games because I've not had a lot of space on my Switch. I've been working with a 512 gigabyte express card since launch, which for most people is like damn well plenty enough. But for me, someone who's not only been playing the Switch since launch in 2017, but someone who has a metric fuck ton of digital and physical Switch games, 512 gigabytes is kind of tight. I've thanks in part to the fact that I also have a 1 terabyte SD card on my Switch 1. Thankfully, a terabyte is plenty for me. But I mean, even on the Switch 1, like with how many games I had, some games are still pretty big on Switch 1. Like some of the biggest I have are like Borderlands, Mortal Kombat, Star Wars Battlefront Collection, Doom Eternal. Even though I have it physical, it still needs like a 15 gigabyte download. And then some of the absolute biggest are like the Miku Project Diva game, the rhythm game. That World of Final Fantasy Maxima is pretty big. And those are like 30 to 40 gigabytes each. Like, Miku is 40 with all the DLC and everything, and I guess that makes sense since it's a rhythm game, so it's music. Which makes it all the more impressive how small of a download size Smash Ultimate has, because... excuse me. Even though all of the music tracks in that game are pretty, like... They're not big. Songs in that game are probably 2 to 3 minutes. There is a shitload of music in that game, and I think Sakurai has literally spoken about how he and the team have had to work on compression techniques and stuff like that to make the game not like 1 million gigabytes, especially after character additions like Terry, where he explained in the Terry release that when they did character packs and it wasn't within Nintendo, they would shoot about 50 song proposals to whatever the company, like, I don't know, Square Enix if it's Final Fantasy VII or whatever, and then the company would typically pick maybe like 10 or 7 or so songs out of the full list that they pick. And apparently, when they sent their 50 or so songs into SNK, they approved every single one of them. So they added like 40-something songs in the Terry update. Like, God, what a crazy game. I've been thinking a lot about the release cycle of Smash Ultimate. I think it was like 2 years after 2018. No, it was longer than that. I don't remember what year Sora came out. It must have been like 23, I think. But What a great release cycle. That game was so much fun to follow and enjoy as it came out. And whenever I think about that game these days, I think about, I think it was either around the middle or nearing the end of Fighter Pack 2, where Maximilian Dude, another channel that I really, really enjoy, I don't remember what video it was, or, if it was a stream or what, but, like, it must have been around when Sephiroth came out, because he was really excited for that, but I remember him saying, this is like a golden age for Smash Brothers content, and I knew he was going to be right, like, mentioning that was happening, and people will look back on it really fondly. I knew he was right then, and I'm even more certain he was right now, because I would bet that that's how a lot of people look back on Smash Ultimate. It's certainly how I do. Like, I was so excited for every single character reveal. It changed my perspective on, like, reveal hype and, like, hype cycles in general, because I sadly was one of those people when Byleth came out, or Byleth was announced, that I was really disappointed and really frustrated that that was the character that they went with, I think, for the last fighter of Fighter Pack 1. I will also say, upon, like, reviewing the game trailers, like, Maximilian did, like, a rate the game trailers, or rate the reveals for Smash, I think all the way back to, like, the beginning. And when he watched Byleth's, it seemed like he took a pretty objective review of it, and upon rewatching it, it was especially compared to all of the previous and all of the following Smash reveals. The trailer itself is paced really poorly. Like, there's no big wow moment in the trailer. So, like, I was definitely disappointed, and I don't think I could have put that to words when I initially saw the trailer, at least not as succinctly as Max did, but, partially because of that, partially because I wasn't particularly interested in another Fire Emblem character, even though I like Three Houses, and I think Byleth is, like, a cool design and whatnot. I was pretty disappointed, and, that drop left a bad taste in my mouth. But when Byleth came out, and, like, the stage dropped, and the really great, I don't know if they did a full remix of the Three Houses theme, but they dropped, like, the Three Houses music, and when it all coalesced, and I saw both how fun Byleth was to play, as well as just how well put together the, DLC release for Byleth was, it really changed my perspective. I was like, why was I so mad about this? Like, it's a new character in a game I like. It's a new character in a game that has shown such consistent quality in its releases, at least aesthetically and mechanically, I would say. Like, why was I so mad? And I mean, I don't know, like, maybe if Byleth released, because when Min Min came out as the first character of the next pass, I was stoked, because I like ARMS. I think ARMS is a really cool IP. I like the music and the inspiration for the music. The aesthetic's cool, the characters are fun. It was a new IP around when Nintendo really needed something like that. Even after Splatoon. But, like, Min Min I didn't really gel well with Min Min. Thankfully, because I was interested in the character choice, and, you know, my perspective had already been changed after Byleth, probably. I still enjoyed that release, but, I don't know, maybe if Byleth came out and I had as much fun, or as little fun, playing Byleth as I did Min Min, maybe my shift wouldn't have been so dramatic. But I don't know. It just really changed. I was like, why was I so mad? I got worked up over new fun content in a video game I already loved. And like, I don't know, maybe it was a little bit of entitlement. Like, I felt, not that I felt entitled to a character that I wanted, because Sakurai had also gone on record saying, like, we, their team, we do not pick characters purely based on one, who tells us to do characters, and two, if they're popular or not. Sadly, Byleth was one of those characters that Nintendo approached him and was like, hey, drop another Fire Emblem character, put Byleth in the game. But, I mean, I don't think I wanted a character that I wanted, but I wanted a character I could at least get into. And even though that wasn't like full-on entitlement, I still think that was kind of entitled of me to expect. And that actually helped a lot with the final reveal of Sora. I was really hoping something crazy. I mean, Sora is crazy. Do not get me wrong on that. But I was hoping something like Master Chief or Doom Guy or something. And I had heard rumors that Sora was going to be the character, and that was probably the one that I still think it's cool, and like, it's not like I wouldn't have wanted it, but the character I would have wanted the least out of the ones that were like floating around my mind. But when that was revealed, I feel like if I didn't have that shift in perspective that the release cycle of Byleth gave me, I would have been a lot more disappointed with Sora. But that was so cool, and oh my god, the Sora trailer was just fantastic. Seeing the whole, like, montage at the end of it, and, just what a... I can't... That's another thing. He was the true winner of the Smash poll. Outside, that they couldn't get to in Smash for Wii U and 3DS. But that was such a great character to end it on. Like, highlighting the collaborative process of adding third-party characters into Smash, highlighting the joy and wonder people have playing Smash as, like, a celebration of games, as Maximilian has put it. And just how much work I'm sure it took to, like, wrestle with Disney execs and, like, marketing and IPs and whatnot, that Sakurai had probably already gotten down to a science by that point. Like, just the perfect culmination point for Smash as a whole, but specifically Smash Ultimate as well. Gosh, what other characters? See, it's funny. When Smash Ultimate got revealed, I thought the Inklings was a really great addition, but the character that really got me excited was Ridley, and that is actually my main in Smash now. And don't get me wrong, I was super fucking excited for Ridley. Like, I am a kid who played Melee. I didn't own Melee as a kid, but I played Melee as a kid, and seeing Ridley in the opening of that game just really made me want to play as him. And I like his classic design a bit more than I like his, like, updated design. I think it's cool. I do like it. It's grown on me, but I like his classic design more than I like his like, basic Smash Ultimate design. And it's nice that you can still play as, like, Mecha Ridley and sort of get that classic design. But I was super excited. His trailer was fun, intense, surprisingly. Kind of set the stage for, like, people, what do you call it? Characters in Smash just getting owned. Like Mega Man getting stabbed, Mario getting his head crushed. Like it was such a striking trailer. And I really, really enjoyed it. And I was really excited for Ridley, but the character that actually got me in like the pre-release cycle was King K. Rool. Like, I don't know. I have a history. I don't have like a super distinct history with Donkey Kong Country. And the funny thing is, the game that I have the most distinct history with is Donkey Kong Country 2, more so than Donkey Kong Country 1. Oh no, K. Rool. I was just mentally thinking like, oh, K. Rool was in the first one, but not the second one. I mean, Captain K. Rool was in the second one. So technically a different guy. But what do you call it? Hang on, I gotta do something really quick. I'm gonna keep doing some resets, but my roommate just texted me that they're gonna be coming home early from their job, so I'm just gonna make sure the door's unlocked for them. There we go. But K. Rool was the one that really got me. The reveal, that was one of the best trailers, in my opinion. The reveal was fun, it was exciting. Obviously, as a Western enjoyer, that was one of the big ones, like Banjo was as well. But I remember pre-release just watching that trailer and just being like, I can't believe this is real. Like, that was what really lit the fire, I think. Like, and every time I watched that, I was just like, this game cannot come out soon enough. And thinking about Smash Ultimate pre-release, it's hard to think about pre-release without thinking about the Grinch leak, which I personally was super excited for because I really wanted Banjo. I really wanted... I especially wanted Geno, and that is probably still my big want. It's sort of cooled over time, because as long as Team Sora is working on Smash, I've got confidence that whoever they add is going to be fun and enjoyable. But if I had to pick one character... See, that's the thing. Back when Ultimate was coming out, especially with the Grinch leak... I mean, side note, Mach Rider getting added finally would have been really fucking cool. But, back with the Grinch leak, Geno was the character I really, really wanted in Smash. And, like, I was, even after Byleth, I was still pretty disappointed that he was dropped as a, Mii character. I wasn't, like, super miffed, but I was like, oh man. I don't know if Geno's the character I want the most anymore. Because since that game came out, I have played Metroid Dread. And without saying too many spoilers or anything like that, I really, really want Ravenbeak in that game. I don't know if it's just the Metroid enjoyer moving from one villain they want in Smash to another, but Ravenbeak is just such a badass villain. There are like several really good potential ideas for his final Smash. I think he'd have a ton of really cool moves. He's a very striking design and a very cool character in general. Like, I think I want Ravenbeak in Smash more than I want Geno. Like, and even outside of like that waning change, that's even weirder to me because I wanted Geno more before I played Mario RPG than after, which you would think would Mario RPG would only stoke my interest in um, having Geno in Smash, because now I know how cool I actually know how cool Geno is, and um, I have like a more crystallized vision of what Geno's moveset would look like in Smash, in part because I played the game, in part because I've seen some character mods, and um, I think there was a mod for like Project M or something, or maybe Smash for Wii U, where like his special would have been his like charge shot, and like, you know, it feels like a character who would work very well in Smash Brothers, as in addition to Ravenbeak. I think they both would work really well. But it's weird that after playing RPG and after having a lot more distinct of a connection with Mario RPG, I want Geno in the game less than I did before I played RPG. Um, I don't know though. I like I have fond memories with both Mario RPG and Metroid Dread now as well. But that final boss to the run up to the end of the game in Dread was just so striking to me. I had managed to stay in the dark on the spoilers of that game, and after Ravenbeak was such a difficult boss, I had to do some like research and like look up like techniques on how to fight him, and trying to do that and grinding it and finally beating Ravenbeak was such a fun process. And then getting the huge reveal after that, after there had already been so much big stuff that was happening, um I don't know, that it left such a huge impression on me. And like Ravenbeak as a villain is already a really like distinct presence in Metroid Dread. Like, you see him from the start of the game and you don't see him a lot until the end, but this sort of new threat from a place in Metroid that we have not gotten a threat from before, at least overtly, because I'm pretty sure the Chozo like genetically modified the Metroids or something, or they at least named the Metroids, because I'm pretty sure Metroid is Chozo for Ultimate Warrior or something like that. But I don't know, it just, he left such a distinct impression on me, and he's such a cool villain. Like, and he would work so well in Smash, and I think it was literally like watching, like listening to the music and looking at the comment section and being like, I think I made a comment that was like, Ravenbeak would be cool in Smash, and then ever since I've done that, it's sort of metastasized in my mind and become a tumor of like want. Kind of like I assume the same happened with people with Geno back in the day, that sort of eventually metastasized into the want for Geno in Smash. And I don't know. I can't think of another character like Crash Bandicoot. As far as like a oh shit, hang on. I'll be right back. Sorry, my I had my I have the dork ass Nintendo Alarmo clock, and I heard my alarm going off, and that would have just kept going if I didn't run and do that. I think as far as like third party reps, Crash Bandicoot really should be in that game. Um, I mean, that's a Western rep as well. Uh, it's kind of, I don't know what. Because Dragon Quest, I'm sure, was like one of the biggest for like Eastern fans, like Japanese and Japanese fans. So getting a Dragon Quest rep, and not only one but four, because it's Erdrick, 11, the 8 pro tag, and then the blue. I think that's 4's pro tag. Threes? No, because Erdrick is I can't remember. But getting not only one Dragon Quest rep, but getting 4 pro tags as like alternate costumes, I'm sure that was one of, if not the biggest Japanese drop. Um, but I don't know. It's sort of thinking of it from the lens that like Mario, Sonic, Mega Man, Pac-Man are in the game. It feels like Crash Bandicoot should be in. I mean, if I'm really stretching, and this is also like a Western pick, but like Sly Cooper would be cool. Jack from Jack and Daxter would be cool. Spyro, for sure. Basically, but I think Crash is like the top of the heap of those characters. So I feel like that would be a really good one. I mean, Master Chief would be cool. Like, I think I'd only want Master Chief if they could get his voice actor in Smash. Like, that would be so awesome. And I feel like he would have a lot of, like, good potential. He'd probably be a pretty ranged character. So if he played... That's the sucky thing about Simon and Richter in that game. I love Castlevania, and I think Richter is cool, and I like Rondo of Blood a lot. But I don't like how they play. Like, they're just too ranged. My brain can't really gel around their play style. And even if it could, I don't know if I'd want to play them a lot. Because, I don't know. I feel like they're, like, annoying to play against. So if Master Chief was like another ranged character in that regard, I think I'd feel kind of disappointed. I could see him being like mixed because absolutely he's going to, if he was ever added to Smash, he would have a ranged kit, at least partially. Like, I could see his neutral A grounded being like the assault rifle or something, and having like maybe his neutral B or side B be throwing like a grenade, But I could see some of his normals being like energy sword or gravity hammer stuff. So if he were ever added, I would hope he would at least be a mixed attacker. But that's another character. Like, I'm kind of surprised that we got like Fallout and Doom Guy Mii costumes. That's something that's nice too. I wish they did this for Geno, but I like the Mii costumes that just make the character look like the character. And thankfully, for the ones that they did that with, Sakurai and the team did a pretty good job making him not look super uncanny or mascotish. Like, Cuphead kind of suffers from that, because Cuphead is really expressive and dynamic, but Sans was a really smart pick, I think, to do, because he was the first one that was sort of visually in that format, because the Mii costume just looks like Sans. But Sans' face does not change, unless, you count when the like blue fire thing in his eye shows up. But that was a really good one to initiate the sort of Mii mascot costume style costumes. And Cuphead still looks good, but then you've got like Fallout Boy or whatever. No, not Pip Boy. There's a name for it. Rad Boy? I don't know. The Fallout mascot. That's another good one because like every single image you see him in is practically him just smiling and looking like a dork ass. So that being a mascot costume was smart as well. Doom Guy was good because obviously he's just got a helmet on all the time. Uh, the Minecraft ones, even though, you know, they had to take some concessions with making a static Minecraft character and pasting their body over a over a me skeleton essentially. But like the pig and the creeper were pretty smart. And like Dante and Shantae, didn't mean to make them rhyme, but those me costumes were not the mascot costumes, but I think those still looked really good, and I don't know if it would have been smart or worked or congealed super well with the me stuff if they had made those characters mascot costumes as well. And I feel like that would have been really uncanny. Because with the characters that I've already mentioned, it kind of works. But like with Geno, I get that it was because they had the assets from the Wii U version, but like I don't know. I feel like he would have benefited a lot more and people would have been a lot happier if he was another mascot, because his facial expression like never changes. He's a doll. He's a wooden doll. So making him like a me, you can see their face me costume, I think was kind of a bad choice, and definitely left a worse taste in the mouth of people who really, really wanted Geno in the game. But I mean, that even said, like, the costume's not awful, and you can get a pretty accurate depiction of Geno via the me creation anyway, so like, eh. I certainly feel a lot, like I mentioned earlier, I feel a lot better about it now that my urge for Geno in the game has cooled. But yeah, like I said, I think they could have done it a little bit better in that regard. But the fucking Grinch leak. I'm trying to remember all the characters, because it was... The big hitters were Banjo, Geno, Shadow, I think Skull Kid, Mach Rider. Yeah, I think it was those 5. I could be missing 1 or 2 more, but I'm pretty sure it was those 5. And it was that rumor with like the banner, because it was called the Grinch rumor because it was hoaxed around someone getting like promo materials for the game, in addition to getting promo materials. It was for a store like Target or Walmart or Best Buy or something, in addition to getting promo materials for the then new Illumination Grinch movie. It was that rumor in conjunction with the rumor, which I don't even want to call a rumor, not because it came true, but because it came from a really reputable source who had been leaking information that aligned with that rumor and whatnot. Competing with the rumor that the final characters revealed were going to be Ken and Incineroar. And spoiler for an ancient rumor that went around for one of the most popular games in the last few years, or the last, like, decade, maybe. The Grinch leak was not true. We did eventually get Banjo, which I think in hindsight, out of all of the characters in the Grinch leak, that is the one that I would have enjoyed the most. And I was pretty disappointed in Ken and Incineroar, because I was like, I don't know. It was ultimately the lesser hype rumor, but we did not get spoiled on Piranha Plant, which was really cool. And that is a character that I still use to this day, and I still really enjoy playing. But yeah, that was the lesser of the two rumors, and even in hindsight. But that is such a distinct memory from the release cycle of Smash Ultimate. And like even just everything about it. Like it was fun. The one of the biggest reveals being just that all prior characters were returning was just such a boon. And you know, up until that point, people were speculating like, who's gonna come back? Who's gonna get cut? Are we gonna get characters that we haven't had since Brawl? You know, like, and I have a good feeling that they're not going to bring everyone back for the next game, especially if Sakurai and Sora team are not working on the next Smash game. But I don't know. That was just such a huge reveal. Sakurai has basically gotten that kind of marketing down to a science. He was an incredibly well-spoken spokesperson for it. He could show the game off really well and eloquently. He was really good at sort of elucidating, you know, why they added a character, how they implemented it. You know, it was just, it was a golden age. Like Max said, it was the golden age of Smash, I would say. Something I've been kind of curious about, and I don't think it's going to happen, but like I've been kind of curious about if Smash Ultimate will ever gain a competitive popularity to on the level of Melee, I should clarify, because like there are people who still play it, and the competitive scene I would say is like consistent, as it has been with Smash kind of since Melee, and with Melee since Melee. But I'm kind of curious if as time goes on, people start really digging into the mechanics and competitive scene, if it ever reaches the same popularity that Melee has achieved. I want to say no, but the thing is with Smash, it's hard to predict anything about it, whether that be release content or what have you, but gosh, what a great time. K. Rool was awesome to see. I was excited for Banjo. Even Steve. Like, people freaking out about Steve, like, shut down Twitter temporarily. Like, that is how huge that reveal was. And, like, I love Minecraft myself. I'm not a big fan of the sort of direction it's gone under Microsoft. And I'm a little miffed that the Bedrock version of Minecraft is kind of funky, but so is like a million other people, or so are a million other people about that. But and it was funny seeing Max's reaction to it, because he was like, "Minecraft Joe is in the game, yippee!" But even he like could recognize, like, while he personally was not interested in Minecraft in the slightest, he could recognize how big of an inclusion a character is like that. The first indie rep, I believe, like the first Western rep, I think, was Diddy Kong. I think. But the first indie playable character, like Shovel Knight, was in the game since launch, which was just also super fucking cool. But the first indie character, getting Sephiroth, a character like in not only in the same franchise but in the same game that we have already gotten a rep from, like fun Nintendo IP reps like ARMS. Kazuya was a really smart choice and was kind of the catalyst to really start getting me into Tekken. I'd played a little bit of it, and I'd experienced it vicariously through some, like, engagement with Soul Calibur as a kid. But that got me back into Tekken, Tekkenically. I'm really satisfied with the bunch of characters, not only the newcomers that we got pre-DLC, but the DLC characters as well. I am very satisfied with who we got in the full run of Smash Ultimate. Uh, kind of like I kind of like I mentioned earlier, uh, in large part because they just did such a good job adding whoever they added, you know? um, I don't think there's a character or a form of Smash Brothers Ultimate's roster that I would have preferred to the one that we got. Like Gino would have been cool, but like I don't know, that would mean that I we could have missed out on some of the sleeper picks. Like if Gino came out instead of Terry, like I would have been hyped and I'd probably still look back on it fondly, but like I wouldn't have even known that I missed out on such a unique character addition and such an important character to Sakurai himself, being like a big fighting game fan, like a classic fighting game fan. Like, I don't know. I think I'm glad we got what we got and how we got it in Ultimate. I don't think I'd want it any other way than how we did. Um, God, that was so much fun. I have so many fond memories of just the Switch in general. Like, I'm such a super fan of this console. I have a shitload of physical games. I still have my OLED. I rock my Switch 2, especially like it's so corny and cringe, I would even say. I don't like saying that word anymore, and I don't really look at things as cringe unless they are seriously cringe. But when the not overclocked, when the dock mode and handheld update came out for Switch 2, it legitimately was like bringing like a tear to my eye. Testing all these games that were kind of upscaled a little fuzzy, and not only did they look better than they did at Switch 2's launch, but they look better in handheld than it ever did in handheld on Switch 1. Like, games ran better, like that was such a big, that's probably my most recent like positive memory, getting a bunch of free updates to Switch 1 games when the Switch 2 came out, Bonanza, and that's just Switch 2 nonsense. Like, I have even more fun, like 8 years of fond memories of the Switch 1. I remember I was in college when the Switch 1 came out, and I had managed to get a pre-order, and it was getting shipped to my college friend's apartment. And it almost didn't come because I think I had the wrong apartment number on it, and it was all dorked up, and the delivery guy was like, make sure you get the right address next time. And I was like, okay. And that normally would have made me kind of upset because I'm just kind of a weenie, but I was too excited to play the Switch to even register that. My friend had already gotten his, and I was like, please don't start Breath of the Wild before I get mine, please. And he booted it up and was just sort of running around a little bit. Playing that, seeing a bunch of the like Switch 1 launch games. I remember Breath of the Wild, Shovel Knight, Fast RMX, I Am Setsuna. I think 1-2 Switch was a launch title. I'm missing like one or two. I think there was like a oh god, what's the game called? It's not Go, but it's the game where you flip the black and white tiles. It's like Odalis? No, that's another game that came out. Those are all the launch games that I can think of off the top of my head. And sort of being like antsy for games coming out. That summer we got we got Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, which That was probably, maybe outside of Breath of the Wild, that was probably one of the games I was the most excited for, purely because, um, what do you call it? It was going to be portable, and I already liked, I wouldn't even say I was like crazy into Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U. I probably played it a lot and I got a decent amount of time in it, but I was almost more excited for Mario Kart 8 on Switch than for the game itself than I was because the game was portable. And I got it and it played well and oh my god. I have so many fucking hours in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Um that and the reveal and build up for Smash and oh my goodness. What other memories do I have? I mean, I was going to mention earlier, I don't want to jump back into Smash talk, but I was going to mention earlier that one of the reveals I really, really liked was the Game Awards reveal for Joker. Um, that being like the Phantom Thieves taking over the Game Awards. I think Jeff Keighley and their team has tried to capture that magic ever since because they've done that with like the Deadpool VR game, and I think they did another one like the year after Joker's reveal. But that was such a good fucking reveal. Like tongue in cheek, fun, surprising, wild pick. Like we didn't even have Persona on Switch at that point yet, I'm fairly certain. Like, if that was back in that was in December 2018, I think that reveal was. Like, it would take us several years. Like, I think into 22, 23 maybe. Or even 24 to get Persona on Switch. But we got Joker, we got a Persona rep in Smash before we got Persona on the Switch. All of the fun therein with Smash. What other stuff? The sort of joy and pain of Mario 3D All-Stars both releasing and being de-released in March of the following year that it was dropped. That was awesome getting even just Galaxy 1. Like, I'm lucky in that I like Galaxy 1 more than I like 2. So I wasn't super disappointed that we didn't get Galaxy 2. But it's nice that we can just buy those games normally now, and the only game that we don't have access to on Switch until it eventually gets released in GameCube Online is Sunshine, and that is probably the game of the 4 of those games that people like the least, myself included, sadly. Like, I think I've yapped in some other videos about my qualms with Sunshine. I wish I could like it. And I do. I don't dislike it. I'm not going to get back into it, but like I've said before, I like everything about it except playing it. But getting that, Mario 35 was a fun thing to enjoy when it was available. I still have it downloaded on my OLED. What else? I have fond memories of like Metroid Prime. I've only gotten like a chunk into Metroid Prime 4, but Metroid Prime and the Metroid Prime series is a really fond game series for me because I played it when I was younger, probably like young teens, I'd say, young mid-teenager years. I'm pretty sure because I got the trilogy collection back when I was in like middle school, high school. I'm pretty sure I beat Metroid Prime 1, and then I tried getting into Echoes, and it did not click. And I never played Corruption unless I booted it up like briefly at some point when I was younger. But getting to re-enjoy that game in such a great remake that Prime Remastered is. That's another really fond memory. I mean, shoot, I can probably just open my Switch case and see. I beat Mega Man X for the first time on Switch. I got the Mega Man X collection physical, and in a kind of rough point in my life, I sat down and really dug into it and totally clicked with that game. Like, just super, super, super enjoyed it, and I think I must have beaten it again very soon after I beat it the first time, which happens very rarely with me. Like, I have to really, really like a game, and even then, it's not a guarantee that I'll re-beat a game. Mega Man, that was another one. Getting Sonic Mania Portable, that was another game, I think, that came out a little bit after or before Mario Kart 8 Deluxe that I was just stoked as hell to get portably. What else? I'm just gonna take a quick peek. Mega Man, Sonic Origins is a fond memory. I have, when that, I think I've mentioned, but when that came out, the very first thing I did was just do a full front-to-back story mode playthrough in, like, one sitting, I'm pretty sure. That was a lot of fun. I have fond memories of the formerly Switch Online, now Nintendo Classics games. Like, when I moved to Australia, that was kind of a rough time for me as well. But I have fond memories of playing the Bootlegger Boogie. That's the name of the song, I think, of the Cuphead boss that I just grinded trying to get an A+ or whatever the top rank is in Cuphead. One of the first things I did living there, I grinded that, and I did I think it was my first full playthrough of Star Fox 64. I have it on 3DS, so I may have done a playthrough of it there, and I may even have done a playthrough of it on N64 before, but I don't think I did. Because I never owned it as a kid. I didn't even have an N64. My only contact with N64 as a kid was via, like, my babysitter's niece. She had, like, one of the Army Men games. One of my earliest gaming memories is watching my across-the-street neighbor, Alex, play Pokemon Stadium. And I don't remember if it was Stadium 1 or 2. It might have been Stadium 2. Watching him play that, like, and then being able to re-experience those games on the Switch, on Switch Classics, like, that was another really fond memory. I'm lucky enough to have an N64 now, and physical access to a lot of the games that I probably would have wanted as a kid. But now I can make more memories playing those. Fast forwarding a bit, I have fond recent memories of 100%ing Soul Calibur 2. That's kind of because I enjoyed 100%ing Soul Calibur 1 so much, but that's a Dreamcast memory. That's not a Switch/Switch 2 memory. What else? Breath of the Wild. I mean, that's a huge one. That was like the first Switch memory that I ever made. Playing through that game, beating the final boss in that game, sitting at my, like, monitor setup in my college dorm, and just being so happy and satisfied with the full run-through of the game. Like, oh my gosh. Another fond memory I have, I can't believe I forgot to mention this one. I was extremely excited for Mario Odyssey. Because, like, I experienced Galaxy as a kid, so I can't really say it's my first, like, 3D Mario experience at launch, but the build up to that game was so exciting. That game had one of the best reveal trailers, like in the big Switch 1 announcement program that they did like around November, October-ish in 2016. Them dropping that awesome Super Mario Odyssey trailer. The Breath of the Wild, the first Breath of the Wild trailer, to go on another tangent, I still think is one of the best video game trailers ever made. I have a playlist here on YouTube of my favorite game commercials slash trailers, and I'm pretty sure I made it because I wanted, Breath of the Wild's trailer was the one that instigated it. Just such a beautiful, well-paced, rising crescendo of a trailer. In addition to the third trailer for Tears of the Kingdom, that one is so awesome. Like, just as good. Not released at as good of a time as Breath of the Wild's big first trailer was, but still, I would say just as good. But anyway, back to Odyssey. After that, I had been so excited, and it had only been building up until release, and I was lucky enough to go to the midnight release of Odyssey at the GameStop at the bottom of Union Square on 14th Street in New York City with a handful of my friends. I got a replica Cappy Mario hat that I still have somewhere. I think at my parents' place. I grinded the hell out of that game. I got 999 moons pretty soon after beating it. Just so much fun. And I didn't even really need to pull up a guide for it, because you can use the hint toad things to mark moons that you're looking for and whatnot. That was such a fun game. Experiencing the marketing cycle around Odyssey was so intently focused on Jump Up Superstar, and I think if that song was any worse than it is, it would have been annoying, but people loved that song, and I feel like people still do love that song, but people loved it when it came out, and every flippin' commercial for Odyssey, and at least a quarter of the commercials for Switch were just backed by Jump Up Superstar, and that was such a great vocal track, and came into the video game at such a great point, as well as the vocal track. I keep wanting to call it Breaking Through, but that's the vocal track from Bonanza. I can't remember the title of it, but the theme that plays in the at the end of the story in Odyssey, that vocal track, oh god, such a fun time playing through that game, and experience, I don't know if I'd lump it in with all of the distinctly fond memories, because it was definitely fueled by FOMO, but enjoying limited run games early on. I just clicked that early, preempting the not shiny. Limited release games, I would say. That, I don't like limited run anymore. I think the company's kind of garbage, at least the people who own it and run it, if they're still the same people. But I have fond memories sort of hoping and praying that they would release specific games physical, and not even just limited run, but Super Rare and Red Art Games and other small publishers that had small releases, and that kind of stoked my enjoyment of buying Switch 1 games and collecting them. We didn't have to contend with game key cards back then, and I'm sad that we still do about 90% of the time, or we do now about 90% of the time with Switch 1 or Switch 2 releases. There are some pretty great games that are not game key cards on Switch 2, though. I think Marvel Cosmic Invasion just dropped physically at like Best Buy. That's probably a game I'm gonna get with my. I'm getting a pretty hefty state tax return, so I might be picking that game up physically, even though I own it digitally. And it's not even a big game either for a Switch 2 release. It's I want to say about 700 megabytes, which is great. Like, it's really funny, given that's one game and you need like a front end and everything, and the Marvel Maximum Collection is a collection of games. But it's funny seeing Konami drop a collection of like legacy arcade games and ROMs that probably don't add up to like a half of a gigabyte, be like, I think it's like 1.8 gigs or something, the Maximum Collection. And then Cosmic Invasion is 700. So it's not even a big game, but getting that as a full release on as a cartridge with no game key card or download or anything like that is nice. Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar is another one that I've been eyeing. I'm not a huge fan of farming sims. Like, I've since gotten more into Stardew Valley, partially because I like playing it with my roommate, and partially because I've played it enough that I kind of know what I like to do in it and gel with the game more via familiarity. But Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar is full on the cartridge. Hades 2 is full on cartridge. And I would probably own that game by now if I had touched my physical copy of Hades 1 already. What are some other ones? Mortal Kombat is not a game key card, but sadly the physical version of the Legacy Collection does require a download for Mortal Kombat 4, which, you know, if you care less for Mortal Kombat 4 than you do for like 3 or the classic games or the older games, then I mean, more power to you. But as I think I've mentioned in another video, 4 has ended up being the one that I think I enjoy the most of Mortal Kombat 1 through 4 in that collection. That's a physical with no... I mean, it's a download, but it's not a game key card. I recently picked up a game called Mio, Memories in Orbit. That's full on the cartridge, and shoutouts to the dude at my local who chatted with me about it. He has talked up a lot, and I'm kind of saving it potentially to play for the channel, because I'm a fan of Metroidvanias. In that vein, this isn't a physical game at all, but I've also kind of been keeping my eye on a game called Biomorph. I'm pretty sure I own it on Steam, but I kind of want to pick it up on Switch. Just, even though I have a Steam Deck and I could play it portably anyway, I sort of like consolidating my games. Yeah, Mio is physical on cartridge. Daemon X Machina is... I guess sort of talking about Pokemon, I think I yapped about this in a video on my channel, but there's like a handful of things that are just keeping me from Pokopia in general. One of the biggest now, in light of the things that have kept me from it already, has been missing some of the timed events. I've made, as mentioned sort of with the limited run and limited release video games. I've managed to sort of since pry myself out of the FOMO cycle, so I'm not, partially just for better budgeting, but like, because of that, I did not let FOMO take hold for those events in Pokopia. I am miffed that I didn't let FOMO take hold for Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, because I have no way to access the Darkrai and Shaman events anymore, and those are really fun ways to shiny hunt those Pokemon, and I have very fond attachments to... I keep getting lonely natures, I just noticed. Kind of pull myself out of my yapping here. I've already been burned with Gen 3 RNG and Emerald. If this next one's lonely, I'm gonna be bothered. Let's see. No, it's quirky, okay. It's just shiny brain. Anyway, I am miffed that I missed those events for Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, because I eventually got them and played them with my ex-boyfriend, and I eventually really liked them, given that was post-release, and even post-release and post-patch, those games are kind of janky. But, like, I've skipped out on some of the early events for Pokopia, and, like, I don't know, maybe it's because I experienced the games coming out as they did on Switch 1, but, like, I was never super into Dragon Quest Builders as a concept. Like, I think it's cool, and I don't think I would have disliked it, and I don't think they're bad games, but, like, I was just kind of like, eh, and then the Pokemon Coat of Paint didn't really change that for me at all. I was miffed that, like, I don't know if they outright said this, but I think I was at least under the impression that all first-party Nintendo games were going to be regular cartridge releases, and then Pokopia comes out and it's a fucking game keycard release. Before FOMO, that was the big reason I did not give a damn about picking that game up. It being a big $70 one, and, like, you know, I've heard people say that it's great, and, like, it doesn't affect my opinion too much, but it does leave a weird taste in my mouth that, like, nobody talked about Dragon Quest Builders, but just because it's Pokemon, people have suddenly realized that it's a really fun game. Like, I don't know. I guess that's just kind of how it goes when you're tying, like, an intellectual property to a video game that doesn't have a prior pedigree or anything. You're naturally going, especially once again as a Westerner, you're going to see more people flip out over Pokemon-themed video game than you are of the same game being themed as Dragon Quest. So that was kind of weird to me, but, like, you know, I've heard a lot of people say it's really, really good, and, you know, it's worth playing, and until now, another reason I was sort of not interested was because it's like a 12 gigabyte game, and I did not have the space for that on my old SD card. I don't know, like, there's just too many things about it that just have me like, I'm sure it's good, but I'm not interested in it. Like, I love Pokemon. Like, you can't really see it from the stream, but I've got, like, tons of the little Sofubis. Like, here's Galvadian Zapdos. These little, people call them finger puppets, but they're not finger puppets. They're just plastic mold, soft vinyl figures. But, like, I love Pokemon, and usually it would be enough for me to, like, see a game like that, and I was already, like, tertiarily interested in Dragon Quest Builders, and see a game like that and go, oh, I'll go in on it, but there were just too many things for me personally that made me feel not comfortable picking the game up. Um, I don't know. Maybe I will eventually. The thing is with that game, like, the events are less consequential, I would say, than they are in, like, mainline Pokemon games. Sorry for the plane, by the way. I've turned off my fans, so I'm hoping that there's not a lot of background noise, but because the heat in my fucking apartment has been going pretty consistently, even though it's starting to warm up. It's a pretty chilly day today, but I've had to open the window in my room, keep the apartment kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know. It's just not been enough to really make me want to pick it up. Tomodachi Life. Well, that's a Switch 1 game, I guess, as well. It's got Switch 2 benefits. Like, I think there's a slight resolution bump on Switch 2. But that's another game that I don't really have a huge urge to pick up and play. I was thinking about getting the demo, actually. Like, but the thing is with that game, I don't have as many issues with picking it up as I do with Pokopia currently, but the thing is with that game, like, I went to college for writing and, like, narrative studies and stuff, so you'd think I'd be a super creative person, but, like, I have not really been one. To sort of talk about something personal, I think that's partially because I've been smoking weed for a long time, and it's sort of stunted me mentally, I would say. That's kind of a heavy thing to talk about, I guess, but I think that sort of led me to be less creative and think less creatively. Thankfully, I am kicking it, so, like, and I haven't smoked weed in about a month, I'd say. Really looking forward to feeling less brain fog and being able to manage anxiety without having weed in my system and whatnot. So very positive developments with that, and I've been very consistent and confident about kicking it, but leading back to Tomodachi Life, ironically, I'm not a super creative person specifically visually. Like, that's always been the case, and I've only recently started drawing and getting better at art and whatnot, and I'd say I've improved pretty significantly, but I don't know. I can't think of enough. Like, some people have, like, tons of, like, fictional characters they like, lots of friends. I don't have a ton of friends. I don't think about the media that I consume in that way. I only have a little bit recently because the friends that I do have sort of led me into that line of thinking. Sort of going back to mentioning Vintage Story that I did in one of my more recent episodes, me and my roommate have sort of brainstormed original characters from the characters that we are playing in our multiplayer save, and I've never usually done that. But even though I'm getting better at that, like, I don't know. You need to add, like, so many fucking me's into that game, and, like, I'm sure there's a way to download them, like, via, like, QR codes and whatnot, but, like, I don't know. Just not really the type of game I'm interested in. I used to have, I had Tomodachi Life on 3DS, and I played it when it came out, so, like, it's not even like I don't have memories or even a little bit of nostalgia for it, but, like, it's not really for me. It's nice seeing a lot of people enjoy it, though. Like, some of my roommates' friends have been making, like, their OCs and adding characters, and seeing how well they make those Miis vicariously is fun, you know? But, it's just another release. It's nice that it's all on cartridge, though. And it's really annoying, like, one of the earlier Switch 2 games was the Raido Kuzunoha game, the Shin Megami Tensei Raido game. On Switch 1, it's all on cartridge. On Switch 2, it's a fucking game key card. Like, that to me is just inexcusable. It's just such horseshit. But I'm just a big game key card hater anyway. Once again, I think I mentioned this in another video, but another guy at my local video game store kind of changed my perspective on that, and like I don't hate it as much, but I still significantly dislike it because I like owning the games that I buy. I mean, that should say the fact that I'm a retro gamer should at least say a little bit about that, but like even with modern games, I would, I even shy away from games that require like big updates to make them play in the state that they currently play. About an hour and a half into stream, getting a little yawny. I was thinking about getting some coffee today, but I didn't really feel like it. I kind of wanted to use this stream as like a testing grounds for how long I can just stream and yap, and I mean I'm an hour and a half in still yapping, and the longest streams I think I've done have been like 3.5 hours, so trying to double that today. I've tried aligning this with my roommate being at work, but they may be coming back a little early today, so if I randomly mute my mic and there's like randomly no audio, that's gonna be why. Yeah, I'm just sort of hoping I can carry myself through a long stream today. I don't know how often I'm going to be doing stuff like this. Like I mentioned in my post, I believe, I'm probably, if I do another stream like this soon, it's going to be next Sunday at the absolute soonest. But another sassy. I don't know. I kind of, like I said earlier, I kind of wanted to document this. I want to get serious with my resets. Like, I thought I was only about 1,000 in, and I was like, I really got to punch it up if I want to at least hit odds. But I'm at 170, well, this will be 177. Let me check this one. Yep. I'm at 177 resets. Can you see that 7? Focus. Yeah, 177 resets. So far, pretty good. I guess seeing the pace that I'm doing it at now makes it easier for me to believe that I've hit 5,000. At this pace, if I didn't calculate it via my hours, I would have said maybe 3,000. Like, but I don't know. I guess I've been doing this on and off for like a month now. Because this came out about a little over a month ago at this point on Pokemon Day. I'm so jealous of Shiny Catherine getting a shiny starter on Pokemon Day, getting that shiny Squirtle. She got it in like, I mean, she'd been counting all day, and I think it took her a total of 11 hours. But the amount of resets she had done after she started tallying was like 352, I think. So jealous. I've also been thinking about what other Pokemon I want to hunt in this game. I am for sure going to be hunting the legendaries, so Deoxys, Ho-Oh, Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres. And I think that's it. I'm at least gonna be hunting them, but, I'm thinking I'm gonna do a Game Corner Abra hunt. And I'm also thinking that I'm going to do, I really want to do a Spearow hunt on Route 23, or maybe a route with better encounter odds for Spearow. Because in our first attempt at the Leaf Green Nuzlocke that I mentioned earlier, actually no, in the second attempt. It was in the attempt that we're currently running. I got a Spearow and evolved it into a Fearow and ended up really liking the Pokemon. It's got kind of an ass moveset. I don't think it learns a lot of really good flying type moves, at least not early on. But I think I taught it Aerial Ace, and I like Fearow a lot now. That's a big part of how I enjoy Nuzlocks these days. It often forces me to, but I enjoy Nuzlocks the most when I use Pokemon that I don't normally go for. And this time around, Fearow is probably the poster child for that. They've since died. They were linked to a Pokemon that my friend had, and he died to a crit, and that was big sad, but I still got enough time with Fearow to really enjoy the Pokemon. I'm not a huge fan of the shiny. It's just kind of... I think it's just kind of greenish, yellowish. It's not a full-on, like, Gen 2 green shiny or anything, but... it's not a stellar shiny from what I remember. Maybe I'm mixing it up with, like, Pidgeottos and the Pidgeylines shinies. But, that's one that I'm considering. And that's a little problematic because I do want to do it, when I hit Route 23, if I do it there. Which would mean that would be my next hunt, and that's going to be kind of a rough one after this one. And pretty soon after this one, too, because, like, as motivated and as serious as I want to get shiny hunting, I also kind of just want to play the game. I considered, I've been yapping so much. Gotta take a sippy. Hit that Roblox. I considered playing this game for the channel or streaming it. I'm thinking I might stream it. Like, if I do get shiny Charmander at some point today, I'm thinking I just might continue in the game. Like, might just make it a FireRed stream rather than just a FireRed shiny hunting stream. But if that's the case, I'm going to be hitting Route 23 pretty soon. You know, maybe if I do, optimistically, if I do get Charmander today with a decent chunk of time to spare, I think I may still hold off on streaming FireRed just so I can do a little bit of research into if there's areas later on that have higher Spearow odds. Like, I think there are some places that do, and not even too much farther into the game either. But, hang on, I'm actually gonna update my roommate on something. Sorry to take a pause here. Oh, shit! Oh my god! I'm trying to... Oh, goodness. My thing, no. Sorry about that, gosh. I hate when that happens. It's gonna like hold my... Actually, that camera angle's kind of better now, actually. Damn it. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that, thanks for patience. She said to nobody, I'm streaming to 0, which is okay. If anything, this was probably a stream that I'd want people to show up for, but I am well aware that I'm lo-fi, low-ish effort. I've been slowly increasing my effort levels in making videos. I've been having fun kind of putting together thumbnails. You know, nothing crazy, but I like using the Switch, like, photo editing, heavy air quotes, editing thing, text editor, essentially. I've been having fun doing that and using screenshots that I take in-game for my thumbnails. I've got that editing program now that I like recording in one straight through recording if I can, but like for last week's Mega Man Battle Network video, that was just not feasible. I think I could have gotten away with keeping the recording going, but I don't know. Now that I have the tools for it, I wasn't really interested in making you guys watch the like 10-15 minutes it took to like run back up to the point that I died at. But yep, I've got editing software, I've been making thumbnails, I've been having fun streaming, even though it's not really to anybody, it's cool, it's nice having that just on my channel. Playing games live is fun. I don't know if I'm gonna be on YouTube forever, is the other thing too. I'm not beholden to this site. Let me turn the camera. There we go. Realized it wasn't fully center. Yeah, I'm not beholden to YouTube just because I'm not a huge fan of Google these days either. But I don't know. I've mentioned Jacob Geller several times in past videos, and he often posts complimentary / additional content to the releases he puts out on YouTube on a service called Nebula. I don't think that they let you stream on Nebula. They may, but I don't know. If YouTube starts really putting me off, maybe I'll move over there and start putting my content up there. I'll have to do some more research on that because I don't know their track record and whatnot, but see, I'm looking, I have a little stuffed Louie from Pikmin. Here, I'll pull him up. I have a little stuffed Louie from Pikmin that I got when I went to New York City for to see the Sonic Symphony, which was so much fun. That's a story. But I was looking at him just now, and I've had an urge to put Pikmin onto my channel in some form or another. I think I may still do like single day playthrough episodes and test like short form content. But I mean, that's not like super short form, but like A lot shorter than the shit that I put on my channel already. I was thinking of just putting like single day uploads and then maybe having those be more consistent video uploads over the course of a week. Like maybe Tuesdays, Wednesdays will get like a Pikmin day each, and then Thursdays will still be my big recording days. But I've been thinking that. I've been thinking more long form, like hour and a half episodes of Pikmin. And I've been thinking of just streaming it. Maybe what I'll do is do like a Pikmin 1 stream, since that game is pretty manageable to chew through in like one long sitting, and I've done it before, so like I can I at least know where to go and how to find shit. But like if I did Pikmin 2, I'd probably gravitate more towards single day episodes and or hour and a half long episodes. Probably same with Pikmin 3 and 4. Maybe it'd be fun to do like shorter episodes of me doing like mission mode in Pikmin 3. Or like the Olimar side story in Pikmin 3, or if when I ever get to Pikmin 4, doing Olimar's Shipwreck Tale in that format, or heck, even doing an Olimar Shipwreck Tale stream, if I do Pikmin 1 as a stream. I think that would be pretty fun. Yeah, I do eventually want to put Pikmin on the channel. That is a series that's near and dear to me, but I only have Pikmin 1 on GameCube, sadly. I mean, I only have Pikmin 1 on GameCube, is what I mean. Like, I have 1, 2, 3, and 4 on Switch, but, I really want to get Pikmin 2 on Switch. Or, no, not on Switch, on GameCube. That would be a fun CRT playthrough, and I already have a 100%ed file on the Switch version of Pikmin 2. Gosh, those are so fun. I haven't played through Pikmin 1 since I beat it, I don't believe. I think I actually started it a little bit on GameCube, so that might not be true. But I've also got to keep in mind, Pikmin 1 challenge mode, which is just seeing how many Pikmin you can grow in a day, in each of the maps. Pikmin 2 challenge mode, which is like custom dungeons, like unique individual dungeons. And I've only beaten, I think, the first 10 100%. And I think there might be 25, maybe? 30? I can't remember. But that's something I would do in conjunction with the games themselves. Pikmin 3's mission mode and its side story. Pikmin 4, what is its thing? There's post-game, there's, oh my god, the Sage Trials in Pikmin 4. Those might be fun as a stream, just to see me, like, struggle. Because those are so fucking hard. I'm still working on getting platinum medals in the Dandori missions in Pikmin 4. Oh my god, I am not looking forward to doing those for the Sage Trials. That's gonna suck. But it's got Shipwreck Tale. It's also got, like, New Game Plus, which I'm kind of working through, and I think I'm doing it in spicy mode in that now. Which is, like, less Pikmin you can hold max and more enemy health, I'm pretty sure. I'm doing that with New Game Plus, so got all my Ochi upgrades and and whatnot. Yeah, I think Pikmin would be fun to add to the channel. Like I said, it's a series that's near and dear to me. I've not actually tried Pikmin, or Hey Pikmin yet, but my ex-boyfriend played it a little bit and sort of changed my perspective on it. Going into it, at least outside of the context in which it was released, is a lot easier these days. It was pretty rough when... Oops. When, that was, like, the latest Pikmin game that we had gotten, and Pikmin 4 was, like... Miyamoto's like, oh, yeah, it's almost done. And then it came out, like, almost a decade later or something. That'd be a fun one on the channel. I've considered doing Metroid Prime on the channel as well. I certainly would not mind replaying that game as soon after beating it as it would be. I don't know, it's kind of rough that I've finally hit the big 3 classic Sonic games. Those were some of the ones that I was most driven to put on the channel. Same with Galaxy and Galaxy 2. Like, I'm happy I still have the Green Stars to stream and Luigi Galaxy that I sneak into streams these days. But, it's kind of weird being in a post Mario Galaxy Let's Play world. Something I've been thinking about, once I get, like, a computer and, like, a capture card and whatnot... Oh, excuse me. Another sassy. I'm probably eventually going to go back to the games that I've played on the channel and replay them in, like, not recorded at the TV quality. Because, like, while I would like to, while I do like cultivating the sort of feeling of y'all chilling here with me, watching me play, I'd also like to record it in decent quality. And I'm thankfully getting into the zone where doing what I've been doing has just kind of been the norm, and I've kind of adjusted to it, and it's taken less energy to just set it up the way I've learned how and record or go live. So there's probably going to be another Galaxy and Galaxy 2 playthrough for the channel. Same with Classic Sonic. I don't know if I'll go back to Mario RPG. I might. Maybe, I don't know how long, you know, I'm kind of skipping between franchises, but, like, it might even happen before I finish, like, the Paper Mario / Mario and Luigi series, or, the Battle Network series. That's another thing, too. I've been kind of thinking about franchises that I want to rotate between on the channel. I think when I'm done Mega Man Battle Network 1, I might do Super Mario 64 or something. Because that's another, you know, heavy air quotes series. Maybe Mario Odyssey. I don't know. That game is kind of rough to go back to after Bonanza. I think I yapped about this in my last stream, but, like, I don't know, Bonanza just seems so much more fleshed out and, like, a further extension of the modus operandi of Mario Odyssey. But I think it'd be pretty decent to go back to for the channel. Especially since, like I said, I've been doing sort of jumping between franchise. I think the next one-off I'm going to do is Mega Man X. I don't usually do this, but I may do like a practice run. Maybe, I don't know if I'll do it on stream, because then I'll just have it on the channel. Well, I mean, I guess I could do it on stream then. Because, like, then it still will be on the channel. And it's not like I distinctly edit my channel videos versus my lives. But, yeah, there's that. There's Castlevania. That I kind of want to do. I would replay, I think it's Aria of Sorrow. Whatever the game Soma is in. I think I'd start, and play through... I've started Circle of the Moon, and it's just a little bit too early Game Boy Advance for me. Plus I like the premise and characters of Aria of Sorrow a lot, so But, if I started that, I would probably, what do you call it? Oops. Consider that a, series to sort of jump between. I'd probably play through the rest of the next Game Boy Advance game, maybe play Circle of the Moon at some point, and then jump to the Dominus Collection and play the DS games. I really like Shanoa's design in Order of Ecclesia, and like she looks like such a badass girl boss. That certainly would be a good series to rotate in and out of for my channel. I got a good feeling I'm gonna put Sunshine on the channel at some point. Like, I've mentioned previously, I'm not gonna 100% it. We're not getting all the fucking blue coins. I will try to get the, like, red coin missions in the bonus stages, but, like, no promises on that. What was it? I was thinking of something else. Oh, yeah. It's probably tentative, but, something I am almost certainly going to go through with. I think I'm going to do a Halloween stream of Super Castlevania 4. I haven't been able to beat it since I first beaten it. Just because it's kind of a, I don't know. The bosses get pretty tough near the end, and Dracula is kind of, like, if you don't know what you're doing, and even when you do, it can be kind of rough. It's not as rough as, like, Rondo of Blood on Super Nintendo, which is... If AVGN is to be believed, that Dracula fight looks like ass, in terms of difficulty. But I think I'm gonna do a Castlevania 4 stream. Sorry, taking a little sippy. I think I am gonna do a Castlevania 4 stream. Roundabouts, Halloween. That's kind of a tradition that I've got going for myself. And outside of that, my other Halloween tradition is watching the fucking awesome movie Houseu, or House. Long and short, I don't want to say too much, but it is a Japanese horror movie from the 70s, and it is trippy as hell, and it's fucking insane. And I love it to death. It is one of my favorite movies of all time. It's certainly my favorite horror movie, at least close to it. Like, I like Blair Witch. I like The Ritual a lot. My roommate has introduced me to The Ritual, and it's kind of a more cinematic take on, like, a Blair Witch vibe, and it certainly tells you more about the monster and, like, the evil forces than Blair Witch did. But rather than it detracting or making me feel like I like it less than Blair Witch, it's just, I like it about the same. It's just I like it for different reasons, I think. But I like Hausu, I like Blair Witch, I like The Ritual. I would consider some Godzilla movies to be horror movies. Like, I think there are definitely horror elements in all of them. I love the original Godzilla. So atmospheric, so well paced, aged very, very well. Like, the scene where they're watching the um, program on TV of like the kids in elementary school singing for like a vigil for the people who have died to Godzilla is so goddamn evocative. Like, oh my god, it makes me tear up every time I see it just because it's so fucking emotional and so evocative of like the damage and the surviving aftermath of the nuke bombings of Japan. It's probably my favorite part of the entire movie. That or the ending where they go and dive and bomb Godzilla with the oxygen bomb. I guess I'd count Godzilla just in general. Godzilla Minus One definitely has a lot of horror elements. At the very least, like, thrilling. Very tense. And it makes you feel really good. We got a Minus Zero trailer recently, and I feel bad because I don't know. I really like the progression that the main character experiences in Minus One. In that, you know, he has a lot of trauma with how he acted in the war, carries a shitload of guilt with him through, like, the entire movie, and the triumph at the end, without saying much about it, feels so good, and, like, I really wish it was kind of just its own movie. So seeing that, I think it's like 2 years. I think they said it takes Minus Zero takes place like 2 years after Minus One. Um, Seeing that it's the same character, like, after putting so much emotional effort and strength into defeating Godzilla and overcoming his traumas from the war, and then seeing him have to keep suffering, not only do I feel bad for the guy, but I'm sad that I don't know. I'll have to see the movie. I'm going to see the movie. But it feels like it kind of detracts from the cycle of growth that the main character faced in Minus One. I'm hoping that it doesn't detract, and don't get me wrong, I'm psyched as hell to see another great Godzilla movie in a frame of Godzilla that I really enjoy. I love the Minus One Godzilla. The Odo Island, like, prototypical Godzilla was scary as fuck. His, like, first rampage was actually horrifying. Like, seeing dudes get trampled and, like, chomped and eaten up and swallowed whole, like, that's scary. I find that frightening. And I love the Minus One design. Probably, it's hard to say if that's my favorite Godzilla design. I like the Minus One design. I like Millennium Godzilla. I like Final Wars Godzilla. I like the original Godzilla, and I like some of the earlier ones. I'm not a big fan of the way Godzilla looks ramping up to, like, Godzilla vs. Hedorah, or Godzilla vs. the Smog Monster. Just because he looks a little too cartoony. It's certainly distinct, and, like, you know, more power to you if you like it, but I don't know. I like when Godzilla looks at least, like, kind of consistent. He just sort of looks like a lumpy dad, which I guess he is, because, like, that was around the time where, like, Baby Godzilla, or Godzilla Jr., or no, sorry, Manila, all accurate names, but I like calling him by the Japanese name Manila, to sort of differentiate him from like the 1999 Godzilla Jr. Or no, not the 1999 Godzilla Jr. They hinted at shit happening with like the baby, but him and the Destroyer Godzilla Jr. I like calling the old Godzilla Jr. Manila to differentiate them. But he did just kind of look like a lumpy dad, and you know, it's kind of funny in hindsight, but I prefer my Godzilla looking cool. I'm still kind of a kid in that way, I guess. Shin Godzilla is fucking awesome. Like, what a great design. And what a great, like, not even just his, like, aesthetic design, but just the design of the character Shin Godzilla on the whole is so good. The implication that it's almost like a gray goo event Godzilla, and he could theoretically evolve to be like a universal threat. I think that's super cool. I've not yet watched, what is it? Godzilla Earth? Or Planet Godzilla or whatever? I think that design's cool. It's definitely unique, and I don't think I would say it's my favorite, but I think it's nice to have such a unique Godzilla design. I love Ghidorah's design, King Ghidorah's design in that series. Just the giant, like, weaving, almost Shenron-like dragon necks. Like, I think that's super cool. But I've not consumed that. I don't know if it's the same one, but the one with the baby Jet Jaguar mech. I think Super Robot Wars Y has that as one of the robots in it. I've not consumed that. I've not read a ton of the comics. I may have yapped about Godzilla Kills the Marvel Universe recently, or Godzilla Rampages Through the Marvel Universe, or whatever it's called. Not read that. I've not actually seen a boatload of Godzilla movies myself. I have very fond memories of James Rolfe's Godzilla-thon. I watched that when it came out as a kid, and I think I would prescribe that as the primary motivator of me getting into Godzilla full on. I'd already liked like Gundam and Tokusatsu to an extent. I just like big robots, but that was what really got me into Godzilla specifically. To the point that at the not AGDQ, Too Many Games convention, I brought my NES copy of Godzilla and got it signed by James. It's kind of hard to see. There we go. And I like that game. It's not good, and I've never beaten it, and I'm not going to defend it even, but I like it. Yeah, well, what movies have I watched then? I've seen Godzilla 1. I've seen Godzilla vs. Anguirus, Godzilla Raids Again. Watched that with one of my friends a long time ago. I've seen Shin Godzilla. I've seen all the legendary Godzillas. I've seen -1. I've seen... what are the other old ones I've seen? I've seen Final Wars. I've seen Godzilla vs. King Kong. That's right. I think that's as far... Because me and my friend were going to not marathon, but like watch through the entire series together, and we just sort of fell off of it, sadly. But, trying to think. I've not seen the Mechagodzillas. I've not seen Hedorahs. I don't think I've seen any of the Millennium ones. I've not seen Godzilla, Mothra, King Ghidorah, Tokyo SOS, or whatever it's called. That one seems cool though. I've seen a couple shots from that movie, both um, via Godzillathon as well as a really good AMV of Blue Oyster Cult's Godzilla edited over a bunch of Godzilla footage. Love that video. Uh, but there's like a shot of the Godzilla from Tokyo SOS. I think that's the same. No, Tokyo SOS is one of the Kiryu Mechagodzilla movies, isn't it? It's the second one, I think. I don't remember if that goes like Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla and it's Kiryu, and then Tokyo SOS is the second one. I'm thinking of Godzilla, Mothra, King Ghidorah. No, that's what it's called. It's called Godzilla, Mothra, King Ghidorah, Giant Monsters All Out Attack. The one where Godzilla is like an amalgamation of ghosts or something. A very, very weird incarnation of Godzilla, but there's a shot from that movie, and it's like very pulled back and like kind of like a horizon shot, but it's Godzilla stomping through like a power plant, and like he's doing like huge damage, but it's kind of like zoomed out and condensed within the entire shot, and it's a very striking. It is a very striking shot. But that makes me, if the thought of a Spiritomb Godzilla even existing wasn't enough for me to get into it, that alone, or that extra bit would, are kind of making me interested in checking that out. I want to watch the Kiryu movies, because I think Kiryu is my favorite visual design of Mechagodzilla. I think it's the Millennium one that looks all rounded and kind of weird. I think I'd have to say the OG Mechagodzilla is still my favorite design. The Kiryu Mechagodzilla is certainly really good. And I think it's the one that has kind of aged best, but like I have little figures. I can do show and tell. I have a little figure of Mechagodzilla here. Where's my camera? Can you focus? It's another Sofubi. It's actually hard vinyl, I think, but it's another one of these like hollow base ones. And I have another Mechagodzilla, but from the same line, I'm pretty sure. I have a Biollante, my queen. I love her. This one's like big and hollow. That's another one I've not seen though. I want to watch that. I want to watch through that series up to the Destroya movie. Just because I think there being a Godzilla movie where Godzilla just straight up dies is kind of cool, given that, rightfully so, Godzilla is portrayed as this like unkillable presence. And that's another reason that -1 is kind of rough, because like even within the movie they're like, he's not dead, and I was fine with that from the perspective of like trauma does not disappear, and you can overcome it and find closure, but that doesn't mean that you'll never encounter your trauma, or you will never struggle with trauma ever again. So even with the dork-ass little cliffhanger at the end of Godzilla -1, I wasn't too miffed with that, and I could still sort of accept it as a continuation of the themes of that movie without it being, without it detracting. Even with the weird little, like, tumor polyp that his wife has at the end of the movie. Because that I could sort of roll around in my mind as like war affects everyone, even the people who aren't in the war, and like his trauma extended to her and even his child. Like, I was thankful his child was fine. I would not wanted them to have died. And like this, the themes of survival in that movie, both in conjunction with just like general war trauma and like life in general, but specifically in conversation with the perspective of the Japanese military, um, sort of taking a wanton apathy towards life, and one of the greater themes just being like, we're not doing this just to accept some casualties. We're gonna do this. We're gonna make sure as few people will die in this process as possible. Like every single life is sacred, and that for such an intense and like heavy movie, that's such a powerful and positive theme, and it works incredibly well in conjunction with the themes that Godzilla already brings to the table. Um, Godzilla is almost just like a backdrop now. Godzilla is the canvas, and like we've seen so many different interpretations and serializations and media using Godzilla as the canvas of further stories and themes to be explored. Like, I think that's awesome. I'm actually, it's really funny. As long as I'm doing like show and tell, I'm sipping some water out of like a Godzilla mug that I have that has like a bunch of the, um, hold on. I'm gonna make sure that I'm still doing my resets. A bunch of the movie posters on it. I think it's just like, yeah, Godzilla, and then I think the first no, this is the first millennium. This was like a 90s Godzilla, I'm pretty sure. Um, one of my favorite mugs. My other favorite mug is a cute little mug that I got from my ex-girlfriend who lived in Australia, and it's covered in like, it's got like echidnas and wombats and hedgehogs and like, I think koalas on it. I call it my Australia mug. It's really cute. But yeah. A lot of fond memories with Godzilla. I really wish I have, Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee on, oh yeah, that reminds me. I've seen Godzilla Destroy All Monsters. That's one of the ones I watched. Like that one a lot. But I have Destroy All Monsters Melee on GameCube. But that game is fucking hard. Like, every single time I've tried to play it, you can only unlock characters by beating the arcade mode with other characters, which normally isn't too hard for me. But it is so fucking difficult in that game. Like, it may just take me doing it another shot, but like, oh my god, that game is hard. I'm gonna quick check. No, I just needed to check my notifications. I have also been kind of sitting on the Sonic Adventure games for my channel as well. Just looking at my GameCube games. See, Pokemon Channel would be fun, but like, I don't think I can show the anime bits, and like, the Pichu Brothers anime is like, kind of integral. I mean, it's not like, you know, there's not plot or anything to the overarching game other than watch TV with Pikachu, but, I don't know. Maybe that'd be fun, because, like, something else I've sort of been rolling around in my mind watching Absol blogs, is his sort of, like, weekly, not weekly, but his, like, week events yearly. Like, I don't remember if he's the one that did Safari Week initially. I don't think he is, but he has a couple of things that he does every year, and some, like, recurring stuff, and, like, I feel like it'd be kind of fun to do like a yearly stream for like a week because of Pokemon Channel. Because I think like you beat that game in like 5 or 6 days if you're getting everything done each day that you can play. And it doesn't take a lot, but it takes about 5 or 6 days to do everything, I think. I feel like that'd be a fun like week stream to do every year. Pokemon Channel week. Might be fun to like hunt the shiny. Thing is, I think you can only get that in the European game. I don't think you can get event Pokemon from the American version, which blows. And my GameCube is NTSC, so I can't exactly mod it for... I haven't modded it for European discs. Though my laser's getting kind of funky. I feel like at some point I should get like a disc emulator and install that. Sassy again. Keep getting sassy, serious, and like, I don't know. It's wigging me out. I think that'd be fun every year. Playing through Pokemon Channel for like a full week through streams. And maybe do like Gen 3 themed junk. And just sort of give it the moniker of Pokemon Channel Week. I don't know. I'll think about that. I also don't want to necessarily make it a Pokemon thing. Like, Pokemon makes it pretty easy, and I've gotten inspiration from Absol blogs, but I kind of want to try and find something more unique to myself. So I don't know. Oops. I'm really hoping that when I get the shiny, it's a girl. That'd be really fun. I've decided that the names I'm gonna give it, if it's a guy, I'm gonna name it Regan, because like I mentioned, I think in episode 1 of Battle Network, I've recently finished season 1 with my roommate, and we both really enjoyed. I'd already seen it, and I knew I liked it, and I enjoyed rewatching it. But my roommate really liked it. I'm gonna name it Regan if it's a guy, and I think I'm gonna name it 1000 if it's a girl. 1000 or Misha. 1000 off of the spoilers. 1000% gratitude at the end of season 1 of Mob, or Misha after the guy that sang the Pokemon Go song. Even though it's a gender-neutral name, I've always sort of seen it as a Goyle's name because of... There's Sassy again! Why are we getting so many Sassies? I've always thought of Misha as a girl's name because of the classic visual novel Katawa Shoujo that I played back in high school. Actually, no, I played it back in middle school. Very game. Like, I'll always stand by the fact that I think the music is great. Like, there it is again, Sassy! Something is up. Something is up. I know there's RNG. Am I rolling the same thing or something? Maybe I'll close the game and reopen it. That's like wigging me out. I love the music in Katawa Shoujo. And like, I would even say the writing is good. Like, that game exudes such a specific vibe. But like, some of the endings are, like, the good endings, quote unquote, are not good. They're kind of bad. Like, the good ending for Lily, I think her name is? The blind girl? The blind blonde girl? It's her giving up on her fucking dreams and coming home to you. Like, I get that it was made by a lot of people who, like, frequented 4chan, like Clover Studios or whatever the fuck, or 4-Leaf Studios, but, like, I feel like that's not a good ending for her. Like, she... Why not have had the positive experiences in high school and then move on and know that she lives a good life or whatever. Like, it feels like it's a bad ending for her. Or like, oh my god, Hanako's ending. Her quote-unquote good ending is really bad. Sassy again! Dude, what the fuck? If I get sassy one more time, I'm gonna, like, close and reopen the game. Yeah, Hanako's good, air quotes, ending. The only good ending that I know of off the top of my head that I think is decent, aside from the main character just kind of being like a fucking wiener, is Rin's ending. There's Relaxed. Because that one, you never really fully get with Rin. The good ending is just like, we are different people, and we are probably not compatible, but we can... It's kind of the ending that I wanted for Lily. Like, we had good times, and we shared positive moments and memories, and we'll always be a part of each other's lives, even though we're never going, you know, we'll probably drift apart and disappear from each other at some point. Like, I think that's a cool ending, and it's not, you know, dude bro-y, semi-incelish. Thinking about Kenji. The ending that you get if you don't, like, pursue any of the girls is you're, like, incel dude bro, acquaintance who I think has, like, conspiracy theories and stuff. It's, oh my god, it's so insane. He invites you to the top of the roof of the school, at the point where the game usually shifts into chapter 2 and it would focus on a specific girl that you followed. He brings you to the roof, you watch the fireworks festival, and he pushes you off and you die. He's like, I'm gonna save you from women or some bullshit. And it's like, oh my god, bruh. That's Relaxed again. I mean, I know there's only so many natures, so like, with how many fucking resets I'm doing, I'm gonna get some overlaps. I love the music in that game, though. Like, the cutscenes that play when you transition to the chapter 2 for whatever girl that you're, like, pursuing. Such a, like, I keep saying unique, but in this case, it's a unique, like, vibe that I get. It's, like, kind of nostalgic, but more so, like, Sonder-ish? Isn't Sonder... No, Sonder's, like, nostalgia for something you've never experienced, I think. Just kind of like a pensive, melancholic nostalgia is the vibe that I get from, those cutscenes and songs. Good as shit. I have to replay that because my opinion has changed, but I want to confirm that that's my opinion. I want to remember specifically what I'm talking about when I say, like, oh yeah, this shit's kind of, but I don't know. I've never really been big into visual novels outside of the few that have gripped me. Like, I think there's one on Steam called Our Life, and it follows, like, you and your childhood friend that you eventually get together with. I think that one's pretty cute. I've never completed it, but I do like it. There's that. I've played through Dream Daddy. I like Dream Daddy. I don't know. I don't know if I'd ever replay it, but I enjoyed Dream Daddy. I have the House of Fata Morgana, or the House in Fata Morgana on Switch, and I've heard, like, I think it's Nintendo Life that always talks up that game as, like, having, like, amazing writing and whatnot, and shit, for all I know, it may well. But I haven't played that yet. What other? I know I've played some. I've done a lot of Monster Prom. I played a lot of Monster Prom in college. That's a fun one. And Monster Road Trip, I think, is the sequel. I've not played anything beyond the sequel, but yeah, Monster Prom is fun. I'd count that as a visual novel. I played a little bit of Purgatory, Purr. I think 3 R's? Could be 2 or 3. Purgatory. Played a little bit of that. I like the vibe. Very weird indie-ish. I've watched my ex-boyfriend play, oh god, what's it called? It's like something murder, or... It's a game where you play as a bunch of, like, anthro cats. Perfect Apocalypse, that's what it's called. I watched my ex-boyfriend play through that, and that game's kind of cool. And a chunk of its sequel. That game's pretty cool. There's probably more I can think of off the top of my head. I can't think of off the top of my head. Like, I don't dislike visual novels, I just don't usually gravitate towards them. Oh! I played episode 1 of World End Economica when I was a lot younger. I liked that one, and I only realized recently that that's on Switch. So that's pretty cool. I liked that one. I swear there's like 1 or 2 I'm missing that are big ones. I mean, I've played through Doki Doki. I'm not a huge fan of the writing of that one, but it's a pretty standout meta-narrative game, especially post-Undertale, because I feel like after Undertale, everybody was going for that shit. I found Pony Island, the game... I had no idea that Pony Island was by the same people who made Inscription. Inscription I like a lot. There's Sassy again. But Pony Island, I found so annoying. Not a fan of that. That might be a game I replay and try and see if my opinions changed, but that was a game in a post-Undertale world that I was like, no. You saw something popular and you tried capitalizing on it and it didn't really fucking land. Inscription, on the other hand, I've watched the same ex-boyfriend I mentioned play through Inscription, and that game is fucking awesome. I have it on Steam, but I want to get it on Switch and play through it there. I think that would be a lot of fun. Ponytown. That's like the big one I think of whenever I think of heavy air quotes, because I don't think I'd even call it this, but like Undertale clones. It's not a clone of Undertale, but it heavily takes inspiration from it to the point where I distinctly remember there being an Easter egg where it is the line credit where credit is due, and credit is in like papyrus font, where credit is like in Comic Sans, and then is due is in like Wingdings for like Gaster. And like, I don't know, I saw that and I was like, this is annoying. I don't know, I feel like that's kind of harsh, but like, it's really put me off. I was like, can you really just not stand on your own feet? And like, I think it's decent to show that you take inspiration from something, especially when it's so distinct, but like, I don't know. If I wanted to play Undertale, I'd go fucking play Undertale. I know that's my own personal opinion, like, I'm sure a ton of people who played Undertale just could not get enough of the same. I'm certainly the kind of person who would go for more of the same of a different kind of game, and some other people probably take the same issue with that stuff. I loved Undertale when it came out. I played through it and got the pacifist good ending. I don't think I have played Genocide Route up to Undyne's fight, and I've beaten Undyne. And after I beat Undyne, I was like, that was so hard. I don't think I want to try Sans. But I think I will do that at some point. If I have Undertale, I think I have Undertale on Steam. I might try to play through that Genocide on my own time. I think that'd be pretty fun. But I don't want to mess up like my Switch save and have there be like a permanent scar on my game data. Very, very fond memories of playing the Asriel final boss in the dark of night in college and tearing up and feeling all emotional about that game. As I'm sure it affected many, many other people. I have only played, I think I mentioned this before, I've only played up to the Jevil fight in Deltarune, and I have watched up to the Queen fight in Chapter 2. But I've not consumed much of Chapter 3 or 4 at all. I've certainly not played it yet. Kind of waiting for the full game to get released, because, like, if there's shit that you have to do throughout the entire game to get, like, a good ending, I don't want to, like, try and remember it, and I kind of want to just get it all done in one go. I mean, thinking of games like that, now I'm thinking of, like, Earthbound and Omori. I've yapped about Earthbound. I don't know if I'm ever actually going to play it on the channel. Just because progression in that game is kind of frustrating. Even Mother 1, like, I did need a bit of a guide for Mother 1. Especially near the end when you're, like, walking around that one pond area that you just have to go, like, in circles. There's a good handful of grinding in that game and whatnot. Then Earthbound 2, I'm not a big fan of the progression. Maybe at some point I'll play Mother 3, but I feel like that would be weird dropping it on the channel without having played the previous two. I don't know. I feel like it doesn't matter too much because, one, so many people have played and know about Earthbound, but two, it stands kind of on its own anyway, Mother 3, so that's one for the channel. Omori's another one, kind of waiting to play that when I'm in a stable enough headspace. I kind of am right now, actually. I have a lot of positive things going on in my life, and things aren't perfect, but I've been doing pretty well lately, I'd say, emotionally. Definitely a lot better than I have, like, over the past year. A lot of rough stuff going on in 2025, I'd say. But doing a lot better now. What other games? Thinking of Omori. I kind of want to play off for the channel. Part of me wants to play off, but part of me wants to, like, what do you call it? Just do it on my own, because I've been playing it with my roommate, and she really likes off a lot. So I think it'd be more special to play it with her instead of for the channel. Heck, maybe I'll do Diablo. Diablo 3's current seasonal rewards are kind of ass, so I'm not keen on grinding through a seasonal character, but that'd be a very easy game to just sort of boot up and pump out an hour-long episode or so. We have hit 300 resets. I don't know if nobody's... See, I think there's, like, fuzzy counting for watchers sometimes, because I've had some people pop in and chill, but then the watcher count will go down, even though I think they're still there. So I apologize if anybody's here and has chatted. I've been trying to keep an eye on my phone while I've been yapping. I wish there was a better way to see chat. Let me see, actually. Create highlight, lighting, retouch, hide live. No. Feh. There might be a better way to show chat, but I can only see, like, the live feed. And I have... Let me double check it, but... Yeah, I have live chat and not top messages showing, so... But... I apologize if anybody's messaged and I've not seen it. I've been... It's tough finding a balance when the trend is nobody's watching, which is fine. Like I've always said, I don't really care. Just putting it up is kind of my goal. But it means that I can stop paying attention to chat and may potentially miss some messages. And I also don't know how to check back chat messages after the stream. Like, I know there's a way to look at it for, like, other streams, but, like, I've not been able to find how to view chat messages in post. Sorry, kind of fiddling with my hair here. What else can I yap about? We're only coming up on 3 hours in, and I've been basically talking non-stop for the entire stream so far. I do wish I could do this on my computer so I could set up, like, a stream layout and stuff, and I feel like I could, I don't think I'd mind doing a face cam, but I have kind of shied away from it. You can kind of see me here wiggling around like a nerd. Actually, you know what? If I'm doing this, I'm gonna sit on the couch. Oof. Oh, that's so much better. I hope you guys can still hear me and I can at least glance at the chat a bit easier. Oops. See, there's Timid. I haven't seen Timid in, like, ages. I've been kind of thinking, because, like, I'm really enjoying doing a Nuzlocke in Leaf Green, but I don't... These are definitely, like... I have issues with FireRed and Leaf Green, and, like... I don't think they're bad games, but I think they've got flaws. They've got several flaws that I just can't overlook. Like, I'm running a Golbat in Fire Red Leaf Green, but it has hit max friendship, and now every single level it gains, it tries to evolve. But it can't, because for some reason they lock Crobat. They lock Golbat from evolving into Crobat until, it's either you beat the Elite Four or you get the National Pokédex, unless those events coincide with each other. So yeah, I've just got a Golbat that just every time it evolves, it starts, fails, and then, like, just shows a question mark and just wastes my fucking time. Or, like, the annoying-ass tutorials, or I wish you could at least turn the recaps off. I know why they did them. They did them for, because they were hoping to market this more towards girls, and girls play games in short bursts more often than boys do, I guess. But I wish you could turn that off. There's, like, a few things that I'm just not a big fan of. The The general aesthetic feels kind of weird to me. I've gotten used to it over time, but I think it's just because I prefer how Emerald exactly looks to this game. Emerald and Ruby and Sapphire. I don't like Ruby and Sapphire either because I think the trainers in that game are kind of fuck-ass. They definitely refined trainer teams in Emerald, I would say. But yeah, the Gen 3 games, I definitely prefer Emerald. I hope they eventually drop it on Switch. I feel like they will, judging by the fact that FireRed and Leaf Green were probably pretty popular. And it's a tried and tested method now that they've released this, and they could feasibly release Emerald in the same fashion. But who knows? Pokemon Company just does whatever the fuck they want, and I think they've gone on record saying that these releases were less to get the Game Boy games on Switch and more to coincide with the 40th and release their quote-unquote idealized version of Generation 1. I know as little as I like this game in comparison to others of its time, I definitely would prefer to play this game over the OG Red and Blue, because at the very least this game doesn't have a shitload of bugs. Like, ugh. Doesn't necessarily detract from Red as like a casual game, but like the fact that some moves not only don't do what they're supposed to, but do the opposite of what they're supposed to, and like trainers always going for super effective moves to the point where Twitch Plays Pokemon took advantage of the fact that Lance's Dragonite, the only quote-unquote super effective move it had on Venomoth was, I believe, Barrier or Reflect or something like that. So it just kept spamming Barrier and Reflect, and Venomoth took it down. I mean, it's a moment in TPP history, but I don't know. I'd rather have the reassurance that my game works. Although I do need to play through Red. I only have actually I might have Red and Blue now, because I think I'm only missing Yellow. But I need to play through one of them. They're sassy. So that I can plug Pokemon into my copy of Stadium. I don't have a physical copy of Stadium 2, but I do have Stadium 2 on my flash cartridge for N64, so I also gotta play through Crystal. And Crystal's easier. That's the... Got like a hair in my mouth. That's the... Crystal is my homie that I'm playing Leaf Green with's favorite game. And for good reason. I think, objectively, Crystal and or Johto might be, like, the best Pokemon games. I think I yapped about this last time I streamed Charmander, but the Ruins of Alph documentary that I've watched is just top tier. Highly, highly recommended. One of the best videos I've watched on YouTube, I'd say. Like, I think I have it in my YouTube is Dope Yo playlist, named after the seminal classic. Did I just click for this one? Yeah. Named after the seminal classic, Bionicle is Dope Yo. Bionicle footage and music by Justice just kind of works. See, we've gotten the Neopets minigame collection. We need a re-release of the Bionicle Flash game. I would go nuts for that shit. Very fond memories of going to the LEGO website and playing through bits and pieces of that. People slamming doors today. See, thinking about games I need to beat, I'm staring at my copy of Rocket Knight Adventures. I'm not good enough or practiced enough at that game to get through it completely, but the funny thing is, I played through it, I think the American version defaults to hard mode. Or Japan's hard mode. And I initially played it on that difficulty and had a lot of trouble with it. But knowing that Japan's hard is the US's normal and the US's easy is Japan's normal, led me to feel more comfortable. Not that, you know, it's just sort of a personal pride-ish kind of thing, but I also put a lot of trust in game devs to make normal mode the normal mode, but in the 90s, that's not the case. Sometimes Japan would get a harder version of a game, sometimes the US would get a harder version of the game. Like, Rocket Knight's normal is harder in the US. Contra Hardcore is just harder in general in the US. Because in Contra Hardcore, in Japan, you get hit points. I think you can get hit 3 times. In the US, it is classic Contra. That I at least understand because Contra I think Contra in general has always been one-hit deaths. I don't know if that's been different in Japan the entire run, but I'm pretty sure it's even like Contra NES. I can't speak for the arcade game because I haven't played that super much. Even though it's in the Contra collection, which is cool. But certainly know at least in Contra Hardcore, the Japanese version was like, you know, maybe this is too tough of an ask. Like I mentioned with the precedent of one-hit deaths, I don't think this is the reason behind it, but they it's usually to increase rentals, I think, back in the day. That's why a lot of Japanese games would be harder, because companies really wanted to crack down on rentals back in the 90s. And one way of doing that baked into the game was just making the game hard as balls, so you can't beat it over like a weekend. You have to like practice and sit down and keep the game. And then nowadays, how the tables have turned, we've got a fucking leasing program for PS5s. Fucking 5-year-old console that the latest version of it is $900 goddamn dollars. That's so egregious to me. I think that's ass. Like, so many people have been, me included, like, so many people have been waiting for the PS5 to price drop. And, like, not to sound vindictive or anything, but I honestly hope it tanks their sales. Like, I don't hope it tanks their sales. I hope they realize their mistake in doing that. Like, Nintendo has won by just doing absolutely nothing. They probably priced the Switch 2 at the price they would have increased it to had they released it at $400. So all they've had to do lately is just do nothing and win. Those rumors that the Switch 2 is going to get a price increase are true. That makes me sad, and that probably... Like, Nintendo's profit margins are so high, though. Like, I can't imagine that... Like, sure, I'm sure tariffs are taking a tank, but, like, they're one of the companies that's suing the American government for that. Them, Costco, a couple others. So, like, even if it did tank them, they're litigating for the profit, the issues with tariffs. And, like, Nintendo's probably one of the biggest dev studios. What are we trying to say? One of the dev studios with the biggest profit margins. At least the most consistent. Like, I don't know. All they gotta do is just hold out, do nothing and win. Take the Steam approach. Although Steam's suffering too with chip shortages and AI nonsense. They've had to dial back Steam Deck production. I don't know if that's changed now that some things have been changing. But do you know? I've really been enjoying my Steam Deck though. I don't have a computer anymore. I'm yawning. But my Steam Deck has kind of filled the void for PC gaming pretty well. I like being able to load non-Steam stuff onto it. It really is just a portable Linux PC. So one of the games I played the absolute most on it is fucking Sonic 3 Air. But yeah, modern gaming's in kind of a rough spot. Nintendo is no longer doing as many sales or price drops. I miss Nintendo Selects with all of my heart, but we've got to retain the perceived value and whatnot, when in reality Nintendo was most successful when it was innovative and helped people just play games. Like, I think games should get cheaper over time, because if you're paying a premium for a modern game, why are you paying a premium for a, like, 15-year-old game, for example? Feh. It's because, I've said this before, I've gone on this rant, it's because we've got a banker as the president of Nintendo now instead of a gamer. I mean, I know Iwata was a programmer primarily, but that was probably a significant help to how he ran the company. But he played games, whereas, like, is it Ishitani? The young guy that is president right now. He's like an econ grad, and it's like, great, so glad. You know, I am happy that Nintendo can succeed, but, like, it's a big-ass company. I am beholden... Companies aren't people, and I'm not beholden to companies, even the ones that I have a consistently positive relationship with. And, like, I'd rather consumers win than companies. I'm a fan of people and not corporations. They're sassy. I'm a fan of people and not corporations. She says playing a video game, a re-release of a video game from like the most profitable media franchise ever created. I'm certain I've already yapped about my qualms with the Pokémon Company and Game Freak and whatnot. We have hit 340 resets just about now. Or this is going to be 341. I guess this makes sense. I just hit 3 hours, so if I'm getting about 110 resets an hour, I mean, should I be getting 120? No, because I'm not hitting it perfect. Yeah, 110. That makes sense. Actually, wait, was this 3? I don't know if I'm hitting the button too many times. I gotta get consistent. So that means if I'm gonna get 7 hours at about, it's gonna be about maybe 750 resets today. That's gonna be pretty good for about 7 hours of streaming. I was really thankful I could pick this up yesterday. I just Googled tally counter to see if there were any stores nearby that had it, and my local Walmart had one for $7. There were like digital ones too, but I don't want a digital one. I want a manual clicky tally. Yeah, thankfully, I mean, in FireRed, the prices of Pokemon in the Celadon Game Corner are actually different. And I think, like, Abra is the cheapest Pokemon that you can get from the Game Corner, but it's cheaper in Leaf Green. I think it's like 150 coins, whereas it might be like 250 in FireRed. But that is apparently a pretty easy shiny hunt, because you just max out your coins. Like, I can consistently get 7s and probably max out my coins. And then you just save in front of the counter, buy a shitload with the max party, go check your boxes, and if you don't have any shinies, you just reset and do it again. And I have a fond connection to Abra, the Abra line, and Alakazam Sassy. Mostly because whenever I do a Nuzlocke, I typically I somehow typically get Abra, and I didn't this time because I failed Abra trying to do it early rather than going to Celadon Game Corner to get it without it running away. But I wanted to get Dratini this time. I mean, the sad thing is that my Dratini has also died. I got Dratini and it died in a Pokemon Tower in an explosion. That was frustrating. But, yeah, I do want to get a shiny Abra because it looks pretty good in this game. The purple over Alakazam's brown is pretty good. It's pretty decent. Let's see. I should have had a coffee. I feel myself getting tired. It's okay. Might just be a bit quieter now. Yeah, we're coming up on halfway through the stream. I seem to be doing all right. Like I said, I'm kind of drowsy now, but not too bad. I think I can make it another 3 hours of minimal stimulation. Speaking of which, I've finally stopped getting like YouTube Shorts very often on my YouTube feed, and I feel so much better for it. I feel like I was kind of addicted to watching those. I just put it on whenever I didn't know what to do, just kind of to avoid being bored. But I mean, it's good to be bored, especially in my current life situation, I would say. But yeah, I mean, and I've tried doing the whole don't show me less shorts thing before, and it eventually would just, they'd all just come back. But I think that might have been because I kept watching YouTube Shorts. Like, you can't really say show me less shorts if I don't want shorts at all, and then continue to watch shorts. So part of it's on me, but it is designed to be like somewhat addictive. And if it's addictive for an adult like me, given, you know, I wouldn't say I've got the most pristine impulse control. It's hard to imagine what kids are like with like Instagram Reels and TikToks and YouTube Shorts and whatnot. I know that's kind of boomerific of me to say, but it's how I feel. Seeing how it affects me. Yeah, I'm only gonna call it if I get like really drowsy, and sitting on the couch, I admit, is not helping. I'll at least sit up. See, I would have hoped that I could play some, maybe, I don't know, maybe when I do hit 230, oops, I'll just put on the Pragmata demo. I don't know. I wish I could multitask and set up something else to watch. I know this isn't a very riveting stream. Sassy. I'm kind of hoping the Charmander I get, if not female, is sassy, because that's kind of how I see Regan. He's a little sassy. It's funny, I was talking with my roommate after watching season 1, and I was saying that I think Regan is my favorite anime character. I feel like that might be superseded by someone. Like, it's weird that I like Mob Psycho more than I like Dragon Ball, for example. I definitely like that anime. I mean, I don't know. I've never actually sat down and like fully consumed Dragon Ball. I should have when I had a Crunchyroll account, truthfully, but the only series that I consumed while I had a Crunchyroll account was Gundam Iron Blooded Orphans, which I really enjoyed watching that series. I'm kind of a fake Gundam fan. Well, I say that jokingly, but I'm not actually. Like, I like the plastic models and I play some of the games and whatnot, so I don't have to consume the anime to be a true fan, but if I even cared about that measure, but I can't compare it to any other animes, but or any other Gundam anime, but Iron Blooded Orphans was pretty cool. Oh no, that's right, because I think I've yapped about this, and I mentioned I've also watched Gundam Thunderbolt. And Thunderbolt was also good. I think Thunderbolt is what got me into like freeform jazz, at least as distinctly as I am now. My grandfather really liked, I wouldn't say freeform jazz, but like kind of classical jazz, I'd say. And I like a lot of the music that he liked. But I like J-funk, Japanese jazz, Japanese fusion, jazz fusion just in general. I like Muzak. These are all just kind of the genres of music adjacent to jazz that I like. Big fan of. It's funny, I forget who or what the connection was, but I learned that one of the members of T Square is just like a music composer for one of my favorite game series or something. Love T Square. Love T Square. Love Cassiopeia, T Square. A lot of the like Japanese solo artists from like the late 80s and 90s. Like Mai Yamane. Obviously Maria Takeuchi. There's another one that I can't think of it. Those gals, beautiful voices. As I think I mentioned before, though, my music taste is all over the place. I think unless it becomes like actively discordant and like quote unquote unlistenable to the casual ear, I can still dig it as long as it's not like that. But I mentioned this recently, maybe in one of my streams or something. I keep saying that. I'm sorry, but because my memory's kind of fucked. But my roommate recently showed me Paul McCartney's Temporary Secretary, and God, that song is corny as hell, very weird, kind of a mix between like System of a Down and like Oingo Boingo, as I've come to sort of categorize it, but I like it a lot. Like, it starts off by just going like, and I thought, when I first heard it, I thought that was the sample that Mr. Oizo uses in one of his more popular songs. But it's actually not. I don't think that's even a sample. Like, it may have been inspired by the opening nonsense of Temporary Secretary, but as it turns out, it was not a direct sample. I like electronic, I like D&B, now kind of leaving jazz. I like jungle, I like intelligent jungle. Like, I feel I'm retreading shit that I've already talked about, but like the Super Monkey Ball soundtrack. That is some good ass intelligent D&B / jungle. Music is sort of less like stuff I like and stuff I don't like, and more like a mood thing to me. Like, I'm not gonna pretend like I like all music. There's definitely some music that like I don't dislike, but I won't seek out. So I guess I'd count that as like not caring for, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely all over the place. Like house. Oh god. Wish I could do this sleeping. See, 1 in 8K with no ways of lowering it is a lot different than the hunts in like Scarlet and Violet and ZA. ZA, you can like just guarantee it. This game, FireRed, not even a shiny charm. There is absolutely no way to lower the shiny odds. You are getting it at 1 in 8,192, or you are not getting it at all. And I also considered, because, actually no, I think I yapped about that. The whole which legendary dog you get in the post game is defined by which starter you pick. I like Raikou most, and I initially decided to hunt Charmander because, I wanted Suicune and I didn't want to deal with the roar bug with, Entei and Raikou, but, what do you call it? They fixed that bug in this, so if Raikou or Entei roar, you don't lose the encounter permanently anymore. Unlike in the original cartridge. But Raikou is like definitely my favorite of the 3 legendary dogs. Suicune is definitely number 2 though. Like I like Suicune, and Suicune Shiny's good. They're all good. I like all 3 of their shinies. Oh man, I wish I had a coffee. I actually made sure I slept well last night. I woke up at like 4 in the morning because the night before last night I stayed up all night. I ended up doing some Smash and played a little bit of Banjo-Kazooie and played Mario Party 2 with my friend, which I have since learned I'm not a big fan of the classic Mario Party games. They're just a little too random for me. I mean, I know that's the name of the game, but like, and it's a board game, so you're always rolling dice, and there's always going to be random aspects, but like, the CPU in that game, I was shocked about. We played with 2 normal CPUs, and we would play like the hand car minigame where like you have to pump it and turn into the turns on like the rail car minigame thingamajig. And I was watching the CPUs, and they like hit max speed like immediately. Like they just went rather than like the semi-gradual increase in speed that me and my friend had. Like I was just shocked. And then sometimes they would just be dumb. Like the truth of normal in that game, CPU wise, to me, is sometimes they suck ass and sometimes they just practically cheat. So like the aggregate is they're normal. Like, no thanks. I just want Mario Party 8 back. I like that one a lot. I like the aesthetic of the GameCube Mario parties, at the very least. And there's a video I got in my recommended that talks about the aesthetic of Mario Party 8 and why it looks the way it does, the kind of stockish look. I think it's partially because it was a, what do you call it? An early Wii release, I'm pretty sure. But I don't know. I like Mario Party 8. It's probably just because I have the most history with it. But yeah, I mean, it's probably a bit worse in Mario Party 1, and it may potentially be a little bit better in Mario Party 3, but meh. Like, it's not even specifically chance time. It's kind of like getting, like, stars and, like, hidden blocks, and I don't know. Maybe I've just kind of grown out of Mario Party in general. It's kind of sad. Like, what kind of hater dislikes Mario Party of all games? Me, I guess. I'm her. Climbing up to 400. The other thing is, part of what's motivated me for this is, like, sadly, this is kind of the go-to game that I play when I pick up my Switch. Just because it takes very little mental energy to do these resets, especially with my, like, turbo buttons. But I feel like that's going to change, because I loved the Pragmata demo. I was pleasantly surprised with how much I enjoyed System Shock. And I liked the Fatal Frame demo a lot. Kind of wish that game ran at like 60, because I think part of what made the original, I'm pretty sure the original ran in 60, and I think that's part of what made the original so immersive and gripping, is making it feel real, but watching ghosts sort of jitter around in 30 FPS actually takes me out of the immersion. And I don't usually mind 30 FPS in general. Like, Dark Souls 1 runs at 30 FPS on Switch 1, and, like, you'd think at least mechanically that'd bother me, but no, I like it. It runs fine by my hands. But no, I'm putting up the camera obscura and taking some pickies of ghosts was just kind of like, yep, I'm playing a video game, rather than, like, true, honest fear. I feel like I'm kind of desensitized to a lot of shit these days, though. Like, I sort of watch, like, true crime or horror content, and I'm just like, yep, sure does. Very, not to sound like an edgelord, but very little truly gets under my skin these days. Unless it's, like, anxiety induced, then I will get anxious. But I mean, there was something I watched recently. I wish I could remember. It was like the JLS Archive or something like that. And it's essentially a channel that makes these fake, like, not AI generated in the sense of the modern sense, but, like, in the sense of, like, every copy of Mario 64 is personalized, AI generated. Like, TV bumpers via, like, this fake cable box from, like, a fake cable company. And I watched, the first one that I saw was, like, a quote-unquote anomaly for, like, the classic Rugrats credits. And the credits start normally, and then they start cycling through, like, pictures, like, pages of just jumbled text, and then some blank ones. And then after a few blank ones near the end, it just puts up run in the fucking Rugrats font for the credits, and that legitimately got under my skin. I was like, oh my god, maybe I should run. It sounds so corny and like rote, but like, I don't know. I think the fact that I'd seen that shit as a child, got under my skin. And like, oopsie. I am one of those goof nuts that was like terrified of some like company logos in like broadcasts or like DVDs or whatnot. Like the fucking BBC logo at the end of like Wallace and Gromit VHS tapes scared the shit out of me. Just the ominous descending piano tone one, like like I would legitimately like run upstairs from our basement after watching those because I was so scared. What's another scary one? The what is it? FUN? There's like a crayon one that's like drawn. It's like FUN or F. It's not FYE. It might be FYE. I'm not sure if I'm conflating that with the store or the Adam Lambert song. I guess Modest Female. Come on, man. You could have been shiny. Bruh. That's the other thing too. I may eventually move this Pokemon out of FireRed. I want to keep it in here for a while, just to have it in FireRed. I mean, if you can move Pokemon back into this game when it gets home functionality, that'd be nice. But I kind of want to keep it in this because it's kind of more special in this game as a shiny, or it will be, at least when I get it, fingers crossed. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep this Charizard in here. I was thinking, the reason I mentioned that, I was thinking about its nature and like if I did move it into ZA or something, if what Mega Charizard I'd want it to be. I think I already have a Mega Charizard Y. I think because Mega Charizard Y is the special attacking one. Yeah, because X is physical and that's the dragon. That's right. I guess I'll make it an X then. I don't know. If I eventually do. I guess that would kind of... Well, no, the shiny version keeps it close to the shiny of its regular form pretty consistently, because shiny Mega Charizard Y is like purple. Like kind of a lavender purple, and shiny Mega Charizard X is like a dark teal, I think, with like red. It's almost close to how it looks in this game, because in this game it's not straight up black, I don't think. Charizard, that is. It's I'm pretty sure it's like a dark blue. Like maybe like a dark bluish purple, like a dark indigo or something, or yeah, I don't know. I definitely will probably be moving like things like Deoxys up, because that when I hunt Deoxys, that will be my first, I believe, legitimate shiny Deoxys. I think the only one I have was like a hacked one, but not hacked by me. Even though I do have some hacked Pokemon. I've actually, I don't know if I should admit this, I actually Pokegened a shiny Hoopa and a shiny Volcanion a long time ago and set them to level 1 and just nicknamed them Hoopa EX and Volcanion EX in reference to, I think, the break cards that were happening around Gen 6. The ones where they'd be solid gold and they're horizontal that you'd set on top of the corresponding Pokemon, and it would give them like a special break move and maybe increased HP or something. But and I have them in my ZA now. Like they have moved up into that game. I'm pretty sure I got like the bad egg sweep in when the home update dropped for Legends Arceus, but it nuked my AZ Floette, sadly, that I'd had since I had also generated that when I generated Hoopa EX and Volcanion EX, but they never deleted Hoopa EX or Volcanion EX. Like, you'd think they would have, because I don't think there's been any official release of the shiny of either of those. I could totally see one of them dropping for an eventual home update akin to the Scarlet and Violet and Legends Arceus thing, where you can get shiny Meloetta and shiny Enamorus, respectively. Like, maybe they'll do that closer to 2027 or something. Kind of sad that we're not getting any more new Megas. Doesn't really feel like there's too much of an impetus to play the seasonal mode anymore. I used to do that. I used to play it at least once for the Megastones that they dropped, but and for the title that you get for playing at least one game per season. But no, I haven't done it since season 8 or 9-ish. I was not a big fan of competitive in that game. I'm a big fan of the real-time battle system, though. That shit fucks. But competitive, it can feel kind of frustrating. At least with like, there's still random chance and like team comps and meta and whatnot in traditional Pokemon competitive, but at least with that you can kind of rely on your strategic. Oh, my TV did the thing. You can rely on strategic prowess and advantage. In Legend ZA, it's just kind of like, does your Pokemon know Fly? We are at 406. This will be 407. Oops, no, I didn't want to do that. Oops, keep doing that. I never want to reset unless I'm like certain the border is purple and the Charmander is orange. Keeping that window open has actually kept my apartment pretty cool. Maybe they've stopped doing that heat nonsense. I also don't know what time it is. It's a little past 11 Eastern. Kind of an early stream, too. Like, this, like I mentioned, this kind of aligns with when my roommate is at work. And she's been getting early shifts lately. when sometimes she gets later shifts, but based on her schedule these days, she's not. So I would have probably waited for a day where I could do this late into the night. But, helps me stay awake at least and keep on a decent sleep schedule. See, I even won that game of Mario Party 2, and kind of like a jackass, I was like, I think I hate this game. But, I mean, that's kind of the thing. You don't really play Mario Party to win. At least I don't. I play Mario Party to just dick around and have fun. I play the mini games to win, because those are, like, somewhat skill-based. But the actual board game, I don't really sweat. I have not actually played. I mean, I played a bit of Mario Party Superstars. I really want to get that actually, as well as Jamboree. Jamboree seems like it's a lot of fun too, and has the Switch 2 version, but that would require me to get the camera, and I'm a little sus of that. I think if I do get the camera, I'm eventually gonna get the Piranha Plant though, because that one's kind of funny. And it's really cool that that one specifically, you can unplug the plant from the pot and plug in the camera directly into your Switch and use it in handheld. It's probably a little top heavy and floppy, but that's a pretty unique boon, I would say. See, maybe if I get Jamboree, I'll just get the I feel like the camera stuff is more so with the Jamboree TV mode that they added, but I don't really want to get Jamboree if I don't have the camera. I mean, I could finally 100% switch to Welcome Tour. I might have space for that. I might re-download that, because that game's kind of fun to just mess around in. I do agree with a lot of people that it shouldn't have been $10. It should have just been free with the system. But I don't know, I didn't hate it. Just a little generic. At the very least, it's pretty informative. Like, I learned that... What are some of the things that I learned? I learned the extent to which that they use... they clean up the microphone audio when you're in, like, game chat or something. I learned it changes depending on whether or not you're in docked or handheld, because of the proximity to which you sit to the console most typically. What else did I learn? It's like one thing I always cite. Actually, I think it was the mic thing. But they talk about all sorts of like really neat little tidbits, like the microphone or the speaker on the speakers on the console are angled in a specific way. They show you how the HD Rumble 2 works, and I think they even explain the difference between HD Rumble 1 and 2. It's pretty cool. It sucks because the 4K TV that I'm using is just kind of a cheap Insignia TV, and it's not like straight up hardcore. It's more of a 4K display than, because like if you get up close and personal, it's not like pixel for pixel 4K. So there is a demo in Switch 2 Welcome Tour for 4K TVs to show that, and you can't play it unless you're docked with a 4K display. but it is the entire first level of Super Mario Brothers displayed as like one big pixel perfect strip across your TV. And the sad thing is, when I finally got to test it, it's not pixel perfect on this TV because of, I think, how the display works. And, like, that I was kind of miffed about. There's a sassy. We have hit 420 on 420. We not smoking weed today, but I'm getting high on lab fumes. I'm huffing that copium, trying to eventually get a shiny Charmander. I mean, if my resets are to be believed, I have broken 6,000 resets, so we're still under odds. I like Absol Blog's Pokemon's phrase that he was trying to coin, standing in the odds, when you're shiny hunting but you've gone over odds. There's damn well potential that it could take over twice the amount of resets that I've done so far if I truly have done over 6,000. I think another game another series I need to get into is Pac-Man World. I beat like the first world of the first game in the Switch release, and I enjoyed it, but I've not since played it. And Pac-Man World 2 is on Switch too. See, that's another one. It's a game key card on Switch 2, but on Switch 1, it's all there. It's all fucking there. Like, why, man? I'm just glad they haven't retroactively added game key cards to Switch 1. That would blow. Because I still, if a game doesn't have a Switch 2 release, I still collect Switch 1 games. And it's not like they can retroactively destroy Switch 1 game on cartridges, but means I don't collect as many Switch 2 games as I would have. And I don't own as many Switch 2 games as I may have wanted. I'm feeling kind of okay with like Pragmata and System Shock, and because I don't think those games have physical releases, but like Fatal Frame 2 has a game key card. Like, bruh. That's the true scariest part of Fatal Frame 2. The fact that I can't physically own it, even though I can physically buy it. Coming up on 4 hours. We have passed the halfway mark. I did buy Wonderful 101 the other day for pretty cheap from my local though, which is nice. Like about 18 bucks, which I'm pretty stoked for. And I didn't know that it had both free DLC as well as like 2 DLC packs that are like $1 and $3 respectively. So I got all that game and all of its extra content for just about 22, 23 bucks. Which is pretty good, but I also, while I was walking around, I saw they had Ninja Turtles 2 on NES, the port of the original arcade game, and I was like, oh cool, this is awesome, I'm gonna pick this up, because it was like 15 bucks. But I was like, dang, I really wish they had Manhattan Project, because that's like my favorite one. And I went over to a different part of the store, and they did. It was pretty expensive, it was like 40 bucks, but I definitely prefer Manhattan Project to the TMNT the arcade game. That'd be a fun. That's one that I definitely would need to practice, but that would be. I think I've said this a few times recently, but that'd be a fun game to do a one-off for. I think I can beat that game. Like, I think the technique is to kind of hit like dive kicks and be very careful with like your special moves and whatnot, but that's actually an NES game that I think I could beat in one sitting with practice. Because I have beaten it before, but I don't remember if I used any rewinds. I don't think I did. I may have like once or twice though. See, like, I've mentioned this before. I should just stop saying that. But X-Men Arcade game, that is a game that I don't think I could ever beat in one sitting. It's close, but Magneto is just too fucking difficult. Like, the first time I played through it recently with the Maximum Collection, I didn't do too badly against, like, in the final run-up, when you're fighting, like, you're doing the rematches with the bosses, but you're fighting two at a fucking time. Like, Juggernaut and Wendigo are, like, really tough. But, like, fighting Pyron and whoever the other dude is, I don't think you fight Blob with Pyron. Nobody can stop the Blob. I really want to sit... That made me think of Nobody Can Stop Mr. Domino. I want to play that game on the channel. I need to play more weird shit. That's why I'm so miffed about MK Special Forces. I'm sure it's just like a camera exposure thing or something, but... But Nobody Can Stop Mr. Domino. That's like a classic game to me because of like old Proton John videos of him playing Mario World. That and Move Faster Pokey are like permanently in my brain. But him, I never knew where that was from. I didn't realize he was referencing a video game when he said, "Nobody can stop Mr. Domino." But now I do. Now I have said knowledge. I think that's also where I started, like, where I first heard someone say, I'd buy that for $1. But that is, I think it was explicitly a reference to Smash TV, even though I know the original reference is RoboCop, I believe. I'd buy that for $1. Oh, Smash TV is so much fun. I was actually just glancing at my, what is it, Midway Arcade Hits or whatever? It's got like Joust and Sinistar and, oh, good shit. I forget if you can play Smash TV kind of twin stick on Super Nintendo. I think you can, and you just use the face buttons to aim, and then the D-pad to shoot, or to move. Is my trainer ID really 17797? I wish I could have gotten 17776. That would have been cool. I love that series. I've not read it in a long time, and I didn't read very far, but I'm entertained by the premise and the narrative modes. I love shit like that. There was a, Modest, fuck you. There was a, series, it's like the Something House, or whatever, and it's like the scientific name for like, a Venus flytrap. It's an old blog-style creepypasta semi-ARG that I like. Plus John the Caver. I think it's John the Caver. That is a classic. That one so distinctly reminds me of Blair Witch Project. Like, the whole vibe of John the Caver is just normal person doing semi-normal things and stumbling into something they just were not prepared for. And being, I guess another through line is like being driven by like curiosity. But I mean, in like Blair Witch, at least they know that the Blair Witch is the scary thing, and I think it's good that we never really truly understand what they're being afflicted by. So it's kind of left up to your imagination. But with John the Caver, it's like we find little hole, and we can tell there is big cave behind little hole. And you never even really know what happened with that. Other than that, there's like might be a creature. John the Caver felt so real, though. The pacing helped a lot with that, and the genuine intelligence and what do you call it? There's Sassy. The competency as like a caver and a spelunker that John and his buddy have, because I think it came out that it was essentially just like a blog almost. Like, the only thing that was made up about the cave, I think they even found that little hole, and the only thing that was made up is like some of the spooky shit and like the stuff near the end where he just loses his mind. But like all the other stuff I think is just like legit actual cave blogging, and that really, really sells it. And it doesn't, I mean, it is a little bit funky at the end where it's sort of just John finally devolves into insanity. But I wouldn't say it's fully uncohesive. It's definitely it's so gripping. I love that series. I like it's kind of lumped onto like the creepypasta wiki, but I like the short story The Egg. I don't remember the author's name, but the one where it's just a dude who's in the afterlife, and he finds out that essentially there's Sassy again. Humanity is essentially one person reincarnating over and over and over, and God, quote unquote, is like the somewhat adult version of whatever that is, and the dude like reincarnates as like a young girl in like ancient China or something, and it's just how it ends. I like that short story a lot. Ben Drowned, that's a big one. Ben Drowned gripped me as a kid. I think I just wanted to believe it. That was one of the first ones that had like legitimate video accompaniment to the story, and that's what like really gripped me. I was big on Tails Doll. I still see, it's funny, I used to think the acid mix of Can You Feel the Sunshine was really scary, but now I just think it's fucking awesome. It's just such a bop. Like, I would freak it in the club to Can You Feel the Sunshine acid mix. Some other spooky shit I've read. Oh god, what is the story that was adapted into a movie, I think, where it's framed as a guy in like an insane asylum? I think it might be a Stephen King joint, but like, it's essentially like someone opened the gates to hell, and like the end of the movie is him like escaping the insane asylum, and like it's the apocalypse, like the demon apocalypse essentially. God, I can't think of what that is. I think the main character might have been a detective, I think. I don't know. That's a good one. I like a handful of Stephen King things. There's another Stephen King story that I can't think of that I really want to read. About the lady who, like, she's like tied to her bed in like BDSM gear with her husband or something, but then her husband has like a heart attack and he dies on top of her or something, and it's her just like slowly losing her mind, while she's like still tied to her bed and can't escape. That one's really creepy. We're getting like really serious, and I haven't read any of these, but this is like splatterpunk territory, but like, I watched some Pugzer videos, and he covers like splatterpunk media and horror and books and whatnot. I really liked the synopsis of The Har, the HAAR. That's a book I really want to sit down and read. Kind of a difficult read, but like strangely optimistic and really fascinating because the main character is an elderly woman, and you don't usually see that kind of thing, especially in horror, I guess. I mean, you see women a lot of the time in horror, but like an elderly woman as the main character and seeing her concerns and the culmination of her life, I guess I should say, is really fascinating in that book. As far as creepypastas, what else is stuck in my mind? Consumed so many ARGs. I liked the Majora's Mask ARG, actually. It wasn't like a fully fledged immersive story. Actually, no, it kind of was. Just not quite in the same form as it is in modern day. But that one's cool. I forget the, isn't it Ageram? No, not Ageram. It's like, it's an anagram of Majora. I can't think of it. But that one's cool. I like I Love Bees. I believe the Halo 2 ARG. I Love Bees was cool. That one's so fascinating because of the way they integrate the story into it. Like, it seems like it's completely unrelated, but the fact that it culminates into someone essentially receiving a signal from some Halo-related thing is fucking cool as hell. And I think it was in reference to the Covenant invading Earth. Like, it was some errant AI or a signal from a Halo AI about the incoming Covenant invasion. That was so rad. I wasn't old enough to engage with it when it was coming out. Because that was what? Like 2005, 2004 maybe? I don't know when Halo 2 came out. I was too busy playing Sonic Advance 3 and probably Pokemon and a lot of Game Boy Advance games. I Love Bees. I swear there's some that I'm missing. There's some that really skeeve me out. I will say though, like, kind of going back to Fatal Frame 2, the fatal frame rate, the joke that's never been made before, definitely pulled me out of the immersion, but reading some of the diary entries, like the diary entries of the lady that was looking for her, like, there's Sassy, her like geo-surveying boyfriend, and then eventually gets killed by him. Her diary entry where she's like, please come to me, I can't find you, where is he? I think I can hear him, I hear him, and then like a few blank pages, and the last page is, he found me, or something, is just Oh my god, that makes my skin crawl. Stuff that you've just gotta, like, read and sit with really gets me. I think that's why I like creepypastas so much. Just about at 4 hours, and we're at 460 resets. Kind of above. Oh, no, wait, no, we're supposed to be at 80, aren't we? As if it's 120 per hour, then I should be at 480. That's okay. I'm surprised it took me 4 hours into the stream to echolalia Charmander's cry. Usually I'll just do that. I mean, I think I was like 2 or 3. I think it was like 2 or 3 hours in when I started humming the music and did the YouTuber thing, like I always do. See, I did it then without even thinking. I had just mentioned it, and I did it then without even thinking. I am actually probably going to get up and quick hit the bathroom really quick, though. I'm going to do this reset and then jump over there. I've noticed I've got to go to the bathroom. Come on, shiny piss Pokemon. Damn. Okay, I will be right back. Also debating getting some food, but I don't really want to crunch on something while I'm streaming. You know, I could make myself a sandwich or another burrito. I think I'm okay. I'm gonna top up my water while I'm up, though. All right. Let's get busy. Brrr. I think I commented this on last stream, but I don't know which of the starters in this game I like most. Charmander, I think, was my childhood pick, but like I like Bulbasaur a lot. I can't really figure which I like the most. See, now, if Coco was in this game, I would definitely pick him. Ah. I'm gonna open this bitch up and see how it works. I've got, like, engineer brain. Oops. do eventually need to get a Game Boy player. I think that'd be really fun to put my copy of Emerald on the TV, even though I can do it via my analog pocket. It's not analog enough. See, I don't know if I want to sell my copy of Mario RPG now either, because I don't think I would ever even, like, I think I'd only really want to play through Mario RPG on Super Nintendo, maybe as a novelty. Like, the main reason I took it out and got it was because it's one of those cartridges that has, I think it's the SA2 chip, SA1 or SA2 chip, that I can't just load it up on my analog, or not on my analog, oh no, yeah, my analog, my Super NT, I can't just load it up on that, since the home, or the jailbreak, still just uses the console's hardware to run the ROMs, so I can't use any ROMs with special chips, so I can't load Star Fox or Yoshi's Island or Kirby Superstar or Mario RPG or anything like that. But I don't know. Sort of feel like maybe I'll give it some thought after the stream, because I kind of want to trade it in my local game store. I think that'd be nice. I feel like somebody with fond memories of the original could better enjoy it than I, because my memories are with the remake, and as good as I think the remake is, it is still not, it's not the same as the original. I'd say it's just objectively better, truthfully, but even so, not the same. Like, I can play Mario RPG via the Super Nintendo Core on my Analog Pocket, and I'm pretty sure I can have it loaded onto my 3DS. Oh, God, stop yawning. Kind of why I have a decent chunk of my Super Nintendo games. I have, like, that other Super FX game that Argonaut made where you play as, like, a robot. I'm pretty sure I have Stunt Race FX. I have a Japanese copy of Yoshi's Island. Oh no, it wasn't it might have been Superstar, but I think it's Dreamland 3 that has the SA1 chip specifically. But I've got that. I've got Star Fox. I think I'm only missing like 1 or 2 of the Super FX chip games specifically. Because Star Fox, well, it begins with a V or something, like Vector. I don't know. Got Star Fox, Stunt Race, Vector. Yoshi's Island has the Super FX 2. I know there's like 1 or 2 more at least. could get up and check, but you know what? Yeah, let me check and see what I've got here. Oh no, I don't have them up here. Dang. Hold on. I do have virtual racing for Genesis for the same reason, I believe. Since Genesis games, there were not nearly as many Genesis games that had extra chips on cartridge. And I think virtual racing is like one of the only ones with its tall ass cart. Another sassy. I'm worried something is up. And I can't even really check their stats because they're at level 5, so IVs, I can't check if they're RNG clones or not, because they're not high enough level that I can tell exactly what their IVs are. Maybe next sassy. Okay. 11, 10, 12, 11, 9. 11, 10, 12, 11, 9. I tally that. Fuck it. 11, 10, 12, 11, 9. 11, 10, 12, 11, 9. It's freaking me out. I mean, plenty of people have done this hunt in this version of the game, too. Hasty, okay. 11, 10, 12, 11, 9. I almost just started pumping the tally counter. It's such a fun fidget. Timid. See, now that I'm looking for a sassy Pokemon, or a sassy Charmander, I'm not gonna get it. Party. Rash, okay. Something I didn't actually realize was that in this version of the game, when you soft reset, it doesn't flash the screen white like it did on the GBA. I guess that might have something to do with the GBA BIOS. Docile. Because I think the GBA BIOS starts you on a white screen anyway, whereas they could avoid that from not having to emulate through the BIOS or whatever. I don't actually know how these ports work. I mean, obviously they're emulation, but I think. Rash again. No, I think I was just going crazy. Shiny fatigue. Because I think when you, yeah, it must be that when you soft, it seems like it's faster than if you soft reset it on a GBA, because, like, maybe it has to just, like, quick load the BIOS first. Whereas this, it can just dump right back into the ROM. Oh my god, I almost just did the thing that I've done before, where I will soft reset right after I'm done with Gary, because my brain will do the wrong fucking thing. My thumb is doing kind of okay. It's getting a little meh. It doesn't hurt and it's not stiff or anything, but kind of feeling it. Mild. Yeah. I think I was just tweaking. Ugh. It's like the first time I've seen Bold in like ages, though. Naughty. Oops. Oh, I can focus. I didn't even realize that. Sorry, I was just checking some texts. Actually, I want to see if the clock on my phone is accurate. Yeah. Sassy. Almost at 500. I should play some more shit off my Switch. Part of why I do it on my Switch is because it's really easy to make a thumbnail. But there is so much on my Switch that I can do. But, like, talking about Super Nintendo games has made me kind of, like... I don't know. It's made me kind of want to do a Super Nintendo game on stream. See, Chrono Trigger is one that I want to own on Super Nintendo, so maybe I should, like, sell RPG. But I doubt RPG is as expensive as it used to be before the remake came out. Because that used to, I want to say it used to be like $90, $100 loose. But it's probably closer to like 60 or 70 bucks. Ugh. Oh, Violet's getting droopy. I've been up early. It's okay. I can push. I have made it through worse days at work. See, one of the only reasons I do wish I had more viewers, both live and via videos, is that it'd be fun to, like, play multiplayer games live. That was 5 hundo. Oop, wrong button. Like, I'd love to just do, like, a fuck around free roam in Mario Kart World, or do, like, a public room in Mario Kart 8, or some other multiplayer game. Smash might be fun. Also, hell, union circles and Violet would be pretty dope. I wouldn't mind shiny hunting in that game. I have to take pause. I can't let the shiny fatigue set in and just be like insta reset the second I see purple. At this point, I've got to like see purple and I've got to mentally register purple, and then I click it and reset. I am not at this point. I am not risking resetting over shiny. These are the games where you can damn well possibly shiny fail. I don't want to do that. What form of Deoxys is in this game? Is this... No, yeah, this is base Deoxys. Ruby and Sapphire are defense and speed. No, defense and attack, and then Emerald is speed. I guess it's cool that I'm gonna have a normal form Deoxys shiny when I eventually hunt that. Not that I dislike any of the other forms. I mean, I feel like defense is my least favorite. Oh, it's hard to rank. Because speed is cool. I like speed. And attack is rad, and then normal form Deoxys is just cool on its own. I feel like it might be from least to most liked personally. I think it might be defense. Attack and speed are close, and then I think regular Deoxys is my favorite. I think it depends on my mood, because like attack is cool, and I prefer attack because I like offensive Pokemon, but on some days I like speed, and it'd be kind of basic to go defense, speed, attack, normal, or defense, speed, normal, attack, or something. Not a huge fan of its shiny though. I mean, the yellow goes well with the blue. Like the orange and the blue are complementary, or the orangish red, or the reddish orange. I don't know what I'd want it to be if it weren't its shiny colors though. Maybe just like lighter colors? Or maybe like purple and blue? Something kind of evocative of like a starfield? Or maybe like black and yellow and orange? Kind of like a black hole? In conjunction with Rayquaza's Quasar? But Deoxys is less like black hole and more like genetic alien themed. And I feel like red and blue was the best way to go about that. Maybe like a teal. Like maybe reverse colors? I know that's kind of cheap. A cheap suggestion, but maybe like a light teal and then like either the same dark teal or like maybe a red for the face. Kind of implying like swapped DNA or swapped chromosomes or something. I do like the shiny. I'm staring at Galarian Zapdos on my TV stand. I do like the shinies of the Galarian birds and how they're just sort of their normal colors. It makes Galarian Zapdos look awesome. I really don't know whether I like... I think I like Galarian Zapdos' normal colors a bit more. Just because I like orange and I like red and black with yellow. And orange and black with yellow is cool too. Yeah, because like, I think the only reason the shiny is cool to me is that it is the OG colors and not, yeah, I don't think it's because I mean, the OG colors do look good though. No, I think I like the shiny, the normal colors of Galarian Zapdos a little bit more. Now with Raikou, I'm not really sure. I like some things about shiny Raikou, and like the darker orange over the yellow fur is pretty cool, but I kind of like the purple mane thingy. Wait, this is Sassy! Okay, 11, 10, 12, 11, 9. No, this is different. Okay. Okay. Like, Suicune's is really cool too, and I think I feel the same way. Like, their shinies get more uniform in color, and I do like them a lot, but they lose kind of some of the design quirkiness of their OGs. Like, I like how the blue mustache on Raikou complements the purple mane and how that all sits on top of the yellow fur. And I like the purple of Suicune as opposed to its more uniform teal. Yeah, even Entei, because Entei turns kind of darker brown and has lots of dark grays. But I miss some of the reds and light grays and whites and regular Entei's color scheme. Now, Shiny Ho-Oh, on the other hand, I think I prefer. And Shiny Lugia is just kind of my mood. I like the pink and I like the blue. I like them both about the same. But I do really want a shiny Lugia. I'm glad that I can finally hunt them in this game. I mean, I know I could have hunted them in, like, I have Omega Ruby or whatever, and I could have hunted them in that, but certainly be a lot faster to hunt them in that. Although resets are kind of a pain in the dick in some of the 3DS games. You gotta go through the fucking opening menu and gotta load and walk in. Whereas in this game, we do our full reset that we're doing here, and then with Deoxys, for example, we would just sit in front of the triangle and press A, basically. Could have been the same for Rayquaza and Emerald if RNG worked. I wonder if someone's made like a probably an RNG fix ROM hack for Emerald. I assume that there's one. I know there's like one or two catch 'em all ROM hacks where you can actually get all 370 something Pokemon. See, if I'm playing any FireRed, Ultraviolet is the one that I prefer playing. Thankfully, I have an actual cartridge of that, so that's fun to own. I've got that, I've got like Platinum, I've got I think I have Pokemon Clover physical. I thought I had one more, but I don't remember. Yeah, maybe I'll like... I'm getting kind of tired. I'm not going to end the stream. I am going to go the full 7 hours. But I think next time I do this, I'm only going to do it for about 3. And if I do, I may still do a longer stream. But I think just sort of getting tired over time doing the same thing. At the very least, while it's just me and nobody's watching, really. I might just do like maybe 3 hours of this and 3 hours of a different game or something. It's hard though. It's hard to limit myself because the only thing that lowers my odds is not doing it. That mentality has kind of kept me going, I'd say. I scratched the back of my controller or something. It's got kind of this like soft plastic that I feel like is gonna feel like shit in 30 years. But this is kind of my beater controller anyway. I got this controller so that I could AFK hunt in Legends ZA. That just makes it so goddamn easy. I'm surprised I couldn't hold out hunting the fossils in Legends ZA, because like I was doing 30 at a time and the odds were only 40-96. Whereas this is 1 at a time at twice the odds. Or at half the odds, I guess I should say. No, it's gonna happen though. I've gotta. I even considered swapping off of Charmander recently because since the roar glitch has been fixed, I was like, maybe I'll hunt Raikou, but one, I'm gonna have my leaf green save whether or not I succeed at the Nuzlocke, and two, I need to stay focused. The art of shiny hunting in these games is consistency. Not like switching to another Pokemon would increase my odds at all, but or decrease them for that matter. But I chose Charmander, and I've got to stick with Charmander. I mean, if I'm thinking of another thing to do for a week out of the year, it should probably be something that engages other people. Because, like, I was just thinking, like, why don't I do a classic Sonic week? But, like, there's not really a point of doing something like that if I'm not engaging with other people about it, because then it's just like, even if it's a stream, it's just like, yeah, now I've got another playthrough of Sonic 3 on my channel for really, like, no reason, or the classic Sonic games for, like, no reason. I don't know. Maybe I could do a yearly stream doing story mode in Sonic Origins? Meh. Meh. I don't know why my brain registered Charmander being brown there for a second. Maybe I am getting tired. We power through, we persevere. Take a little sippy. Need a bit of a sippy. Ow. God, this controller is a godsend, though. I'm not gonna need, modest. Not gonna need turbo for, shiny hunting the legendaries, at least. Just gonna need to press A once. It's more convenient just holding the button, but it is sitting on my thumb. All the same. I'm really glad that this is a Pokemon that is pretty obviously shiny. That's the other thing with Spearow. It's like, if it's not that much different, I am definitely going to fall prey to shiny fatigue. I had to stare at Charmander for a second to be like, oh, golly. Coming up on 5 hours streamed. Making it easy. Honestly, because I was just thinking, like, not only do I have access to more Switch 2 games, I could potentially stream, or, well, maybe stream, but record Switch 2 games. I really enjoyed Pragmata, and I'm like, should I hold off and play it for my channel blind, or should I wait? I feel like I want to play it on my own first. It seems like a game that I certainly would not mind replaying, because I've already played the demo like 3 or 4 times. The demo's also got this weird little countdown thing. Like, every time you beat it, what's her name? Oh god, I can't remember the girl's name. But she holds up a different little drawing at the end of it with a number, and the number goes down with each play you do. I don't know if that means it's got like a limited number of plays or what, but or if you unlock something special if you get to the bottom, or if you run out into the numbers or something. I did unlock a new suit for beating it once, and I got access to different weapons on subsequent playthroughs for beating it once, so I don't know. That game looks really good on Switch 2, Pragmata. System Shock is okay. It's got some blurring, and Fatal Frame looks pretty good, though, for its frame rate. I don't actually know if Pragmata runs at 60. I don't think it does. But it still looks and feels pretty smooth, so... Like, I feel like Yakuza might be fun for the channel. Because that's a game that I just like dicking around in, so I would get a shitload of episodes out of it. I've played a little bit into Zero already. I got to the point where you're kind of free and open and running around, and I have done a handful of side quests. I've done a little bit of the dancing minigame, and I've done, like, I want to say the entirety of the slot car mission. That was fun. Plus, I've obviously played some of the Sega arcade games. See, that would be cool just to have on Switch. Just to have access to, like... I mean, we already have access to Space Harrier and Outrun, but... I'll have to look up which games are in which Yakuza game, because I'm pretty sure one of them has Sonic the Fighters. But I'm not sure if Kiwami 1, 2, 3, or Dark Tide have that. I'm fairly certain Zero doesn't, because I would have played a good chunk of it if they did, at least not in the areas that I have access to yet. And they look like they run well on... Another sassy. They look like they run well on Switch 2. NES games I would play for the channel. I mean, I was considering Mario 3 if I didn't do Battle Network. But I was going to play the Mario Advance version. I know that's a controversial pick, but because of how closed in the screen is and the "yeah, just what I needed" the Mario voice lines, but none of those things really bother me. It'd be different if it was like Sonic, and I fucking hate Sonic Genesis. I am never playing that game ever again. I've got a save in it with everything completed, and I can check that box on my gamer license. And I mean, like, I could load up Leaf Green on my other Switch, but, like, I don't know. I feel like at least for this first one, I mean, if anything, the first one, this one should have been the one I did 2 games with, but I've already spent so much time on this game, I don't really fucking mind the fact that I could be doing it in half the time. It's about the journey, not the destination, right? And our current journey is, we have been in the lab for like over 50 hours at this point. I haven't seen Leaf's fucking face in 50 hours. Actually, no, that's not true. I'm playing as a Goyle in our Leaf Green run. Actually, I'm gonna check I have my phone plugged into my charger block. Okay. I think it can last another 2.5 hours. Bing, biddy bing, biddy bing, bing. I'll be happy if I don't have to hear that ever again. Although I'm sure I'll say the same thing about whatever music plays in the Sevi Islands and the Game Corner music and everywhere else. Modest. We are at 567 resets for posterity. I think this would be a little less boring with other people watching. So if only for my own convenience, not convenience, for my own entertainment. I wish people were watching. Gotta keep faith. Just because the odds are low doesn't mean it's impossible. Oops. It's a pretty smart idea of Absol Blogs to, what do you call it? He uses a foot pedal for his shiny hunts now. It's a pretty smart idea. Especially, if you're doing a hunt that requires movement and or doing a hunt in multiple games, you can use both of your damn hands. Rather than me holding my controller in one hand and my tally in the other. I forget if Game Freak absorbed Creatures Inc. I think they did. So I was about to say, like, where is Creatures now? But I think Game Freak just absorbed them. Try not to let myself get too comfy. Only got 2 more hours left, but I know if I go somewhat horizontal, I'm gonna fall asleep. The perks of getting old. It's kind of fucked up to imagine that, what? Hang on. Let me do the math here. If it's about 120 an hour to hit odds, it's gonna take me like maybe 70 hours. Maybe 65 to 70 hours. And that's hitting odds. That's not the high potential that I will go over odds. So it could be like 60 to like 120 hours. Like 70 to 140 hours just on this hunt. Ayya, man. Ayya. At least resets are only going to get faster. Oops, another sassy. Because the legendaries will be fast. Abra will be super fast. There's a high potential of phasing in if I hunt Spearow, but at least resets will be fast with Spearow. That's it. That's all I'm hunting. Well, if I'm hunting one of the dogs, that's going to be really bad. Because I think a full reset for that is like... Well, you gotta find the dog first. And I think you can do the emerald trick where you just go in and out of a building and into a patch of grass. And you can do the repel trick. Just put a Pokemon at level 49 at the top of your party and go in and out of a building, I'm sure. But the problem is, with each reset, like, it generates it. You have to talk with an NPC on one of the islands and give them, like, the sapphire or whatever the fuck. And that's when your dog is generated. So it's not like I can go to a route, go in and out, and just reset. That would have been good. That means you've got to leave a Pokemon Center, go fly somewhere, and then start shuffling and hunting, and then you'll eventually get it. Another sassy. Yeah, we've hit 5 hours now. I'm about 20 resets behind pace at 582 right now. Let me show that. Another sassy, bruh. Stop. You're freaking me out. You're freaking me out. I think it might just be confirmation bias at this point. But that was like 2 sassies in a row again. See, now that I'm looking for it, I'm gonna get like reverse confirmation bias. I'm gonna get fucking what was like last time? I was like looking for sassy and then it stopped showing sassy. Unconfirmation bias. Or is that like I'm looking for it to not be confirmed? Is that what unconfirmation bias would be? I think that's the first time I've whistled in a recording. I don't usually do it just in case it comes up as fucky on like the audio. Coming up on 600 resets. Oops, I swapped the holding B. See, my brain does that sometimes. Sometimes, like I'm getting used to the stimulus. Well, I have been used to the stimulus of switching A to B and then letting go of B and stuff at certain points. But sometimes my brain will just do it at the wrong time. So like when the screen came up for me to finally press A, I went from holding A to pressing like holding B. And it's like, bitch, you haven't even picked Charmander yet. Come on, man. And I sometimes forget to do that too, so that's why sometimes the name screen comes up for Charmando. Oops, I accidentally tallied. See what I mean? Another sassy too. 11, 9, 11, 12, 9. Okay. Gabba-ding, gabba-ding, ding. Yeah, I've got the sinking feeling that we're not going to get it today. It's okay. Wasn't really expecting to. Was hoping, but this is proving my resolve, I will say. She is singing again. Ooh. See, I'm tallying instead of actually checking. I pressed the tally button instead of pressing the menu button. I'm actually gonna get another sip of water. Why is there a little dust particle in my water? Bitch, hang on. Ew, I don't even know what that is. Boom, Another sassy, bruh. See, this one's got like even IVs. Can I tally this one? I also have Dragon Quest on NES. That's a game, I mean, I've given 3 a shot a little bit ago, and I don't remember much about it. I don't think I got very far, but I don't know, maybe it'd be fun to play Dragon Quest on NES. Or Dragon Warrior. Okay. I kind of want to get out of my comfort zone. That's what I was... Ugh, excuse me. That's what I was doing with MK Special Forces. We have also just hit 600 reset. Now 601. See that whole Golbat thing I mentioned earlier? That seems like the thing is, it wasn't even an oversight. Like, they changed the evolution text to be like ... question mark when it tries to evolve but can't. And that to me implies that there's something that I need to do to make it evolve, but like actively, not like just by beating the game. Like, what in universe is making my Golbat not evolve? And, like, wouldn't they have thought in testing that, like, it trying to evolve after leveling up every single time with max friendship is annoying and bad? And I would even give it the benefit of the doubt if it was a Pokemon that, like, was kind of hard to find. But it's Zubat. It's fucking Zubat. The odds of someone running a Zubat is pretty high, given you catch a shitload of them. You can catch a shitload of them. So, like, what was the intention? I'm trying to think if there are any other ones like that. I don't think there's any as egregious as Golbat. Because Onix can't evolve unless it's traded anyway, and neither can Caesar. Trying to think of if there's anything else. I don't know. mean, there's Blossom, but that's with a Sunstone, so it's not by level up. No, I don't think there's any quite as egregious as Golbat. See, and I almost just swapped to holding X. There is no context in which I hold X in these resets at all. God, stay awake, please. Honestly, if anything, I'm hungry. But it's gonna be about midday when I wrap up stream anyway, so I'll probably just get me some lunch. I do want to do like the classic Final Fantasies for the channel, but like I feel like I get stuck way too easily in Final Fantasy at no fault of the game itself. Oops. It's just me and my dumb brain. Stop yawning. Oh. Only got like an hour and 40 minutes left. It's no big deal. I mean, I guess this is the first time I've done like a damn near full work shift of shiny hunting in a row. Please give me shiny. I want to be done. Why did I... I was just staring at my clicker and I just clicked it. Just without thinking. My brain is not inhibiting anything anymore. I just had the impulsive thought to click it, and I clicked it. It's okay, I won't click it this time. Oh, mine eyes are kind of stinging. I don't know if that's from being tired or from just staring at the screen doing fuck all. Oops. Environmental counter. Sit up. God, I really needed that coffee. I think next time if I do this, I'm gonna get a coffee, but I'm gonna get it to drink like halfway through. I'm not gonna drink it at the start because I was pretty up and chipper this morning, but like, now that the sun is high overhead, I'm sleepy. And we're now at the stitch number 626 resets today so far. Gonna be a bit under 1/10 odds at the end of today. That makes me tired. But hey, if I'm already at 5,000, then I'm almost there. We'll be nearly cracking 6.5 after today. Check my texteronies. Eh. Oh god, I am getting tired. I looked at my stream time and I was like, why do I have $27 in stream time? I thought I mistook. Oh my god. I thought the 5 was a dollar sign, and why would there even be that there? Why would that even be a thing? What are you yapping about, girl? Oh, I guess off the top of my head, we got a bunch of new Dragon Ball news yesterday. We got an update on the update for Sparking's. Oh my goodness. For Sparking Zero, we're getting like 30 plus new characters, 4 new stages, Space Planet Vegeta, Space Earth, Kami's Lookout, and... Oh, no, we're getting 5! Space Planet Vegeta, Space Earth, the Icy Continent, Kami's Lookout, and Kame House. We're getting that. We're getting a bunch of new characters. We're getting Chilai. We're getting that weird, like, I think it's like the Great Mask or something. That, like, stacked up fighter that Gohan and Goten enter one of the tournaments as. We're getting a lot of new characters. The sort of roguelike mode looks cool. Or, I'm not sure if it's roguelike or if you're just leveling up characters individually or what, but, we got full confirmation that, John 1000 is actually the main character of Xenoverse 3. We got a new trailer for Dragon Ball Super Beerus. That's gonna be cool. And we got confirmation that the next one that we'll be getting after that is probably Dragon Ball Super Frieza. Unless they call it something else, but... At first, when they showed Frieza in that pod, at the end of the new trailer, I thought it was Broly. And I was like, what? How are we getting Broly? Like, this soon? I could see eventually getting Broly, but, like, right after Beerus? Oh no, I made the horrible mistake of rubbing my eye. I got pollen allergies. Actually, maybe I should... Maybe in half an hour... Actually, no. Maybe now I should take Claritin. Yeah. I'll be right back. I do particularly like not dealing with pollen allergies. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Come on, big money. See, something that I've noticed, I feel like I'm more consistent when I'm sitting down. I mean, maybe it's partially because I'm dedicating this time to doing this, but like, I feel like I'm more consistently doing this than I am when I watch something when I'm shiny hunting. Like, even when it's just Absol vlogs, I kind of just want to pay attention to what's going on in the stream, or in the video that he's doing, rather than like, I mean, it's not like this takes very much brain power, and other shiny hunts are going to take even less. Another sassy, bruh. But, I don't know. I think it is just sitting here and dedicating my time that's making me do it more consistently. See, if I was comfortable doing so, I'd probably put on some music or something. It's not like I'm monetizing my stream or anything. I don't know. I think I'll do it next time. Why did my brain... My brain just suddenly was like, this screen is foreign to me. I think I'm just going insane. Nothing like doing the same thing thousands of times to test the human psyche. I think a certain Voss said this was some kind of definition of insanity. Oh my god, my eye. It's like there's like an eyelash in it, like it's not even pollen. Thing is, when you rub your eyes, you're probably just digging pollen further in. Oh, golly gee. No. Oops. Oh shit, they found me. You're a siren. Shiny police. I didn't even know what that joke was. I would be super happy if I got a shiny girl Charmander. Yeah, I've got to go do an errand after stream, but I think I'm just gonna like play the Pragmata demo again just to like feel something. just to touch the goddamn left stick on my controller. Yo. Gonna go insane. I'm gonna go insane. This won't break me. This won't break me. 1 in like 0.002% chance will not break me. Another sassy. Bruh. Bruh, 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 bruh. I wasn't even looking at the screen there for a second. Another sassy, bro. What is it? What is it with that? I wish I wasn't paying attention to that, because now that I'm noticing it, it is confirmation bias. Probably getting sassy just about as many times as I'm getting everything else. Can't believe I forgot in my Battle Network episode to save. Like, I even remembered saving. Like, I remembered to do it. I just didn't remember to do it when I needed to. And I shouldn't have said anything. I watched the video back. I was literally just about to say, like, oh, I should save after this fight. And then I just took a killing blow and game over. Like, it's not even like I haven't tried Battle Network before and encountered that issue. It's just I didn't even fucking think. Do. Oof, yeah, I am getting hungry. enough money to order. Well, no, I couldn't order because I'm using my phone. Speaking of which, what is my 32 still? Okay. I could so go for like a panini right now. Hungry. Me hungry. Me hungry. We must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused. Yeah, I'm gonna get like a big fat Whopper from Burger King or something after this. No. No. Another sassy. Another sassy. Sassy Charmander. Shit, if I wasn't gonna name it Regan or 1000, I'm probably gonna name it Sassafras. Fuck. Especially if it's sassy. Fuck my life. This is really boring. Sassy. Our sassy Charmander is officially number 666. The sass of the beast. You know what? Something I also noticed was like a lot of shiny hunting YouTubers have like a nature guess that they always go with, and I feel like mine's sassy. Feel like mine is gotta be sassy after this hunt. Me when I arbitrarily latch on to a specific nature. No. Fuck. Hey, we must stay focused. We must stay focused. Team meat. Yeah, I mean, if like there's a nature that I want, it'll probably be adamant, but if there's a nature that it's probably gonna be, I'm thinking sassy. There it is. Points. My bias is confirmed. Sorry. Making whack-ass noises. Oops. Wax. Callum? And then Shiny Catherine getting, like, a shiny Bulbasaur just resetting for a modest Bulbasaur? Like, fucking goddamn it. Ah. Hamburger. That's all that's in my mind right now. Hamburger. Another sassy. Bro, what the fuck? I'm really worried now. Like, is it confirmation bias? I'm not gonna go through the entire stream and tally what each, like, hundreds and hundreds of fucking natures just to see if I'm not crazy. My goddamn brain is gonna be dripping out of my ears by the time stream is done. This isn't even a crazy long stream. I mean, it's the longest stream I've ever done, but... just a whole 7-hour stream of this. Maybe I'll make in the description, I'll just say, like, the first 3 hours of the stream are worth listening to. The rest is just quiet pension interspersed by me making some random ass comment. See, I've like never seen, I like barely ever see Rash. Laxative? Or lonely. Like, I feel like I've only seen lonely like 10 times this stream. Probably untrue. Probably. See, now I'm getting lax. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. And hey, I guess I could be hunting starters in another game, because, like, some games hunting the starters are just slow as fuck. Like, Gen 6, I think it's really slow, but at the very least, it's 1 in 4096. Just about at the 6-hour mark now. Uno mas, and then I'm gonna call it today. Or uno mas hours, I mean. So what am I supposed to be at? 120 times 7? That's 840 is what I'm supposed to be at? Well, what I'm supposed to be at when I'm done, at least. Only gonna hit about... Should be like 710. No. Just stay locked in. 710, 715-ish. No, I'm like 110% certain I've not seen one, but I think in the total amount of times I've reset, I've accidentally reset before checking it, like twice. Oh, that was 700. Yippee! Only 10 more times that. 60 more hours, and then I'll be close to odds if we're counting just these tallies. Good lord. Things I do for a sassy Charmander. For a second, I thought he was at 18 out of 19 HP, and I was like, bitch, you just got here. How did you take damage already? You was just born, did. Oops. No, I don't want a Charmander. Ah, goodness. Come on now. Turn yellow, fella. Ah. Naive is how I'm feeling right now, expecting to get the shiny anytime soon. I mean, come on. Some people got it like 4,000 or 2,000, and I'm like pushing 6.5. I'm getting a rash. Yeah, getting naive again isn't a good sign. No siree. Oops. Someone's dog is barking. God. Feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Oops. See? I'm slipping. I'm slipping. Why is there just a dog barking now? I've had enough of people leaving their dogs unattended and just barking like crazy living in Australia. I don't need to deal with it here, Lamau. like the first time I've seen Impish in like hours. Probably not. Oh. Oh my god, it's starting again. Dude, what the heck? This is genuinely going to be going until I end stream. I don't even know if it's picking up on the stream, but... This is genuinely going to be going until I go get lunch. my like tally counter isn't like ticking this dog off or something. I want to sneeze. Oh my god. Ooh. 202. 2 for 2. Oh no, 3. Ooh. Oh god, 4. 5. Oh my god. Might be 6. Ooh. Jesus. Goodness gracious. Oh god, it might be 7. Ooh. Oh my god. Just inhaled like a piece of pollen or something. Oh, goodness. I'm up now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Whatever it is, it's not coming out. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm like right on. Fuck. There's the sassy. Ugh. starting to look like we're gonna end on... Oh, shit. No! We're gonna end on 814 resets, it's looking like. $814 or 815, so we're like pretty close to 1/10 odds just from today. Oh, good. Someone's angle grinding or something. Hey, I'm honestly surprised that nothing happened until this late in the stream. And I doubt it's really picking up anyway. And we'll go to... Actually, no. I was going to say we can go to 819 today, but I am cutting it kind of close to what I have to get going to do. Gonna be hearing that in my nightmares. Or my dreams. Who knows? I've been watching the timer for a little bit, and it's turning out that the resets are less than 30 seconds. It's probably about 28, 27 seconds if I'm being like as absolutely fast as possible. So like, it was definitely like nearly 6,000 resets. Oh, it's fine, I'm fine, it's fine. There's the Sassy. It almost certainly is confirmation bias now. That was like the first time I've seen Sassy in a while, I think. Alright, this is reset number 777. Is this my lucky day? No. 777, just for posterity. Seven 77. Wait, did pressing B just speed that up? Hold on. Ain't no way I'm like 6,000 resets in and I can just press B to... Hold on, I'm gonna test that. Oh my god. Okay. Press A. You can just hold B. You can just press B and get rid of the... Oh my god, I could have been doing so much faster resets. Oh my god. Oh my god. I could have been doing so much quicker resets. Well, good to know. Like 6K in. I was doing that by accident. How is it taking me this long to realize that? That's insane. Maybe we will hit 819. Oh shit. Maybe we will hit 819 today then. Because that shaves like a second or two off of each reset. I want to see something. I'm gonna test holding A and B. No, A and B didn't work. Okay. It's gotta be just B. Wow. I gotta tell my buddy that. Oops. We're in the home stretch. Oh, I was just holding A for that, damn it. Force of habit. Oh, I almost did it. I almost pressed B. Hee hee. Force a habit. I've got to train out fucking 6,000 repetitions of muscle memory, goddamn. Geez, if I want to do fast resets, then I gotta be looking at the screen. Ugh. Uggy. I did it again. See, I've thrown myself completely off. And now I'm holding B. Like, bruh. I've given myself 2 more changes in inputs. And it's thrown me off. I guess once that screen changes, I can just swap back to A. Man, that was 8 hundo. We just hit just about 10% of reaching max, odds. Only got a couple more to go until we're done for the day. I did it again. That was too soon. You know, I'm gonna count it on the next reset. I'm gonna count how fast it is with the A and B. Okay, 21 is when I start. 21 seconds, that is. And it went to 48, so that was about 26 seconds. So it only saves me like 2, like I thought. Oh my god, I was doing it again. Oy, 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 oy. Wrapping it up for the day, just about. Yeah, I think we're gonna hit 816 today. Just about 2 more. Gonna hit 17, it looks like. You know what, fuck it. We'll get to 819. We'll do it. Those will be my good luck resets. Yeah, I can make it to my obligation. Alright, 2 more, and then we finish for the day. Well, I proved myself I could do it, so I kind of found my second wind. I'm not as tired as I was earlier. 18. Oops. And this is our last one. Let's see. Are we lucky at 10%? No, we are not. Well, gonna have to call it here, fellas. 'Twas a fun 7 hours, but I will catch y'all this Thursday for more Mega Man Battle Network. Peace.